theyeshiva.net.
Welcome. Wow. L'chaim, everybody. L'chaim v'levracha, l'chaim tovim ul shalom. Bruchim haboyim b'shem Hashem, beirachnuchem ebeis Hashem. A good chodesh, a good yar. Vibrate. I want to welcome my dear friend, Rabbi Pinson, who's gracing this Fabrengen, together with me and all of us, and I want to welcome all of you here. I want to welcome the Rosh HaKollel, who's here with us, and all of the guests, all of the locals, and all of the residents, and all of the guests who are here, both physically and virtually. Make yourselves comfortable. I want to share with you a story. I want to share with you two stories. Both I heard from the people themselves who it happened with, and they left a deep impact on me. I think they contain very profound and relevant lessons in today's world. I had a congregant in a shul. His name is Menachem Levi, a grandson of the founder of OK. Some of you remember Rabbi Bernard Levy, a grandson of his. And he shared with me a story that happened with him. And then his mother filled in the gaps. It was summer. It was a very hot day in July or August 1978. You know the humidity, right? The July and August humidity of a sweltering summer day in Brooklyn. And Menachem Levi was a 4-year-old boy. And he was playing around on Eastern Parkway. If you're familiar with the geography of Brooklyn and Crown Heights, he was playing around on Eastern Parkway. His family happened to be there too. His grandparents, the last name Deutsch, came from Yerushalayim to visit. And they were all there on the parkway. And the Lubavitcher Rebbe walked out Shabbos afternoon. It was a few hours after Shachris Musaf. He walked to go home, to make Kiddush, to have the meal with his Rebbetzin. And Menachem Levi was holding on to the hand of his mother. He was a 4-year-old boy. As he saw the Rebbe walking on the parkway, he tore himself away from his mother, and he ran over to the Lubavitcher Rebbe, gave him his hand for Good Shabbos, but then started to shake away the Rebbe's hand like they were having a competition. Who can shake harder? Pulling his kapota, shaking his hand, and walking with him. Good Shabbos, Rebbe, Good Shabbos, and starting to walk with him and shaking his hand non-stop. As his mother told me later, she told me a number of years ago, she says, I was absolutely horrified by the disrespect, by the chutzpah. I never saw this side of my son, this aggressiveness, and he's not letting the Rebbe go. He's just shaking his hand on and on. Finally, I got him to leave the Rebbe alone, and the Rebbe moved on. And I was so disturbed by what I felt was really disrespectful to such a great man, that Motzei Shabbos, right after Havdalah, it was Parshas Pinchas, I sat down. Mrs. Levy told me I sat down and I wrote an apology note on behalf of myself. I apologized that my 4-year-old behaved disrespectful. And I asked my husband to give in the note to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Now, those who ever wrote a letter to the Rebbe, especially in the later years, know that if an answer was more than a few words, it was unique. The Rebbe wrote very, very briefly, extremely concisely. Sometimes he would answer letters not even by writing anything, but by changing a word. And some of the biggest, I heard from Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, for example, he didn't know if he should accept the offer to become chief rabbi of the United Kingdom in 1990. So he penned a letter to the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and he finished the letter, pros, the cons. Should I accept the position of chief rabbi? The Rebbe didn't even answer. He just exchanged the should for the I. The should and the I, he reversed the order. In other words, now it read, I should accept the position of chief rabbi. And that was enough. And the rest, as they say, is history. The Rebbe was extremely meticulous and precise and concise with words. She expected either the Rebbe wouldn't answer, there wasn't the point he should answer, or he'll say, don't worry, it's fine. The Rebbe wrote her back that night, the same night. She told me 2 hours later, she got a call from his secretary, Rabbi Binyamin Klein, Olav Shalom, one of the Rebbe's secretaries, and he dictated a long answer that the Rebbe wrote, Mitzvah Shabbos, right when he got it. She gave me a copy of it, and I want to read it to you. I printed a copy of it that I got from this mother who received this answer. She wrote, she's an Israeli woman, so she wrote in Hebrew. She wrote, Ani mitzta'eret. I am sorry, I'm aggravated, I'm in pain by what my child did. So the Rebbe circled the words Ani mitzta'eret. He made it a question mark and an exclamation point. And then he wrote, in other words, why are you upset? Why are you sorry? Hare adirab. To the contrary, goyrem nachas ruach al yedei zeh. This was a tremendous source of delight and joy for me. Ki ein l'shayir goydel halavaviyus va'apashtus va'atmimus va'hamitiyus shel yeled halavai me'ein zeh b'gdolim. There's no way to even describe the enormous depth of the heartfeltness, the herzlichkeit, and the simplicity, and the wholesomeness, and the sincerity, and the truthfulness, the authenticity of a child. And that's why it caused me so much pleasure. I wish that adults would at least behave in a similar way to this boy. Especially when you learn in the various svarim of Machshava and Kabbalah and Chassidus about what children are, what they represent. Especially that this boy knew exactly when to do it. It was Shabbos Parshas Pinchas. How does the Haftarah of Parshas Pinchas end? Zacharti lach chesed nu'urayich. I remember, Hashem says, I remember the grace, the love when you were a child, when you were a nar, the grace of youth, the innocence of youth. May you raise this boy and all of your children and descendants to a life of Torah, to a life of marriage, ultimate life of good deeds. And then he concludes, which startled me, Va'asker al Atziya, and I'm going to mention this on the resting place of my father-in-law. How to look at a child. What a lesson how to look at a child. How to see a child, how to appreciate a child, and how to invest in a child. We live in a culture and a time where people have often so little time for children, even their own children. WhatsApp trumps children. Everything trumps children. There's so much everything going on. That ability to be able to tune in and to embrace the world of a child. Episode number 2, I was visiting Sydney, Australia, and there was a rabbi there, his name was Rabbi Sabransky. And I met him. And he told me, I want to share something with you, something that happened to me in the 1980s. And he shares with me the following experience. He said, I had a pressing dilemma in my life, and I decided to pen a letter to the Rebbe. This is before the days of emails. It was just the beginning of the days of faxes. But you sent a mail, snail mail, that some people don't even know what that is. You write a letter, you put it in an envelope. You know what that is? You put it in an envelope, you stamp it, especially from Australia. You send it, and you hope a month later, a few weeks later, you may get a response. Today, if you don't get the response within 5 seconds, it's a question on the friendship. But then you could wait 2 months for a response, 3 months for a response. Yeah. And people thought before they wrote, too. That was another advantage. So he sat down to write a letter to the Lubavitcher Rebbe in his home. And he told me that he had a 2.5-year-old boy who was sitting on the floor and playing around. He was making pictures, playing with crayons or with Lego. And in his own style, the little boy turns to his father and says, "Tati, what are you doing?" So he says, "I'm writing a letter to the Rebbe." So the 2.5-year-old says, "I also want to write a letter to the Rebbe." Okay. So he gives him a paper, and he takes his pen, and he scribbles a whole picture. It takes him a while, a few minutes. He does this whole scribble on the paper. He says to his father, "Here, this is my letter." Father looks at it. This was what we call art of a 2.5-year-old that you put on the refrigerator. You know what it looks like, right? Pictures of faces and pictures of noses and the attempt to draw waters and rivers and homes and the family. You all know what those pictures look like. You keep them on the refrigerator until the next picture. He looks at this, and he's about to seal his own letter, and he's like, "I can't send this to the Rebbe. Well, I'm going to send him a scribble of a child." So he thought to himself, he'll just, cast it in the dustbin. But at second thought, he tells me, he says, "I thought, maybe I shouldn't mix in. My son said he wants to write a letter to the Rebbe. This is what he gave me. Maybe I shouldn't mix in." Back and forth. But it's mamish, the Rebbe's time was so precious. I don't know if you know, the Rebbe could receive between 500 and 1,000 letters a day. He used to open up the envelopes himself because they were private. He used to answer almost every single letter. And that was not even the main work that the Rebbe did. So I thought every moment is precious. He has to now deal with this scribble of my child. It's unfair. It's not nice. No, I'm throwing it out. And then he says, on second thought, I shouldn't interfere in the relationship between a child and his own Rebbe. So he tells me he decided to send it as well. He sends them both off to America from Sydney, Australia. 3 weeks later, he opens the mail, and there's a letterhead, an envelope. On top it says Rabbi Menachem ben Doshneis in Lubavitch. But he sees 2 envelopes that come from Lubavitch, from Eastern Parkway, from Brooklyn, 2. He opens up one. It's a letter to him, addressed to him with a title. In response to your letter, the answers to his questions and a blessing. He opens up the second letter, and he showed me the letter. The second letter is addressed to his son. His son's name was Yosef Yitzchak. It reads as follows: Ha'avrich Yosef Yitzchak sheyichya. The young, budding, ha'avrich, I want to say the young man, but he wasn't exactly a young man. The young, budding flower, Yosef Yitzchak. May you be well. Shalom ubracha, peace and blessings. Hapan niskabel. Hapidyoy nefesh niskabel. Which in English would be your kvittel, literally the redemption of your soul. The letter in which you conveyed your soul was received. V'yikare be'ezer Hashem al tzion, kvayt kedushas moiri v'chami admur, zecher tzadik levracha, schus hayagan aleinu. And when I go to the resting place, to the tzion, to the oil of my father-in-law, the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe, whose name was Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Shneis, I'm going to go there and I'm going to read your message, your pan to him. And he concludes with a blessing to this young man. I once shared this story last year. I was at an event, and somebody gets up when I finish the story, and he says, "I'm the boy." I didn't know he was in the audience. He's in the audience, I'm the boy. And when I saw it, I thought to myself, I'm looking at a piece of paper, and I see scribble. All I see is scribble. But a tzaddik, a Rebbe, looks at the same scribble, and what does he see? He sees a pidyon nefesh. He sees the soul of a child. Sometimes you look at a child, you can dismiss words, pictures, statements, even trouble, just scribble. It's meaningless. But if you look a little deeper, you may find there a pidyon nefesh. And I think this was one of the hallmarks or one of the teachings of the Baal HaIlula, whose Ilula were commemorating the 25th Yartzeit of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. How much to take your children seriously, to be emotionally present for them, to be able to tune in to their inner world. Of course, children are still children. Children are children, but adults are also children. But children are not just children that you dismiss and you just give another toy to distract them or put them in front of a video. Children are real people, they're souls. And today we know, what Torah has taught thousands of years, that the formative years of a child are in many ways so much more crucial than anything else. The years between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those years when it's a child, just entertain him, take care of his needs or her needs. But really, those are the years when the core is developed. The Rebbe would always give an example about education, about the roots of a tree. If I scratch the trunk or a branch or a leaf, it's not so bad. But if you make a scratch in the root, it can completely destroy or damage or affect the entire tree because you went back to the core. You say something to an adult, you have to be sensitive, but you say something to a child, you're now dealing with the roots. And when you're dealing with the roots, it's everything. It's everything. And that's why chinuch, education, for him, was so paramount. It's really at the essence of Yiddishkeit. V'shinantam levanecha, a relationship to children. V'yigadet levincha, the first message that Moshe Rabbeinu told him. So I think there's a very powerful lesson here for us with our own children, or our students and our disciples. Listen to your children. Listen to your children and celebrate them. Celebrate their levavius, their pashtus, their tmimus, and their amitius. You have to understand what the 4 words exactly mean. Levavi is the heartfeltness, the simplicity, the wholesomeness, and the amitius, the truthfulness of a child. And halavai me'ein zeh b'gedolim. Halavai, we should all be able to find our own inner child and have that same heartfeltness and earnestness and sincerity and tmimus and amitius. Imagine if we would be able at some point to sometimes shed the need to be sophisticated and have the ability to dance like a child, cry like a child, laugh like a child, celebrate like a child, be sincere as a child, be authentic as a child. So charti la chesed nurayich. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Hey, ya la 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 ya la ya 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 la ya ya la ya 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 la ya ya ya
L'chaim, l'chaim.
Chaim, l'chaim.
Chaim.
I'll tell you something interesting. First
Chaim
day
Bracha.
Shavuos, we went to the big shul in Yerushalayim, Ashkenaz, and the Musaf was this nigga,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And not only that, but the end was you do the shake, you know. Big shul in Yerushalayim.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
My name is
It's all good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Ja. Ik heb te verbrengen.
Plastic. No, just for the water.
The Fabrengen, it's not a single action. You can't do it alone. The Fabrengen, you need everyone to participate. Everyone should say l'chaim. Everyone's looking at me like I'm saying something. I mean, you should say l'chaim. Not say l'chaim, you should say l'chaim. Should pour l'chaim. People should say l'chaim. No, I mean, zog zu klippe chitzonius. Zaftelen l'chaim.
Zog.
Achatzanim vat zog. You have to participate. You know, Noach. Does everyone have l'chaim? Everyone has l'chaim? Zog shel l'chaim now.
Rabbi Munitz is giving, no?
Where's the Saramash l'chaim?
Rabbi Munitz is
He ran away. Shalom Ber, makes sense. Give up l'chaim. Wie ist der Saramashkin? Oh. Reb Shmuel Munkes once said, the Chassid von Alter Rebbe said, you're a Saramashkin now. Was nicht? Gib es l'chaim, was nicht? There's 3 tanoim for the Saramashkin. Saramashkin has 3 tanoim. First of all, when you give somebody l'chaim, you have to say l'chaim yourself. That's the ikar. That's it, but not the gap. You know what Noach, everyone knows the story about Noach. He leaves the teva and he plants a vineyard and he gets shikar. How does he have the vines, the grapes? So Olam Shamim, Olam Chadashah, it's a new world, everything is destroyed. So pshat is that when Noach, before he went into the teva, he knew that he's going to be saved. So he prepared himself. So when he's getting out of the teva, he's going to make a farbrengen. And he'll say a little l'chaim. So what went wrong? So it was a good thing, no? According to the Arizal, was trying to create a tikkun for Chet Etzadas, with Kefan Hoya. He's creating big tikkunim. So what went wrong? You know what went wrong? He said l'chaim himself. If you say l'chaim yourself, everything goes downhill from there. Ayid says l'chaim together. No, it's not l'chaim. L'chaim.
L'chaim.
It's Gimmel Tamuz. You know, by the Yartzeit of a tzaddik, or Yartzeit in general, is called Yom Elula. In Chazal, in Lashon HaGemara, the idea of Elula refers to a chasna. Hay alma kevei Elula damei, agad kevei Elula mila. This is all talking about a chasna. But the Zohar says, the Zohar calls a Yartzeit, the Zohar Pashas Nasa talks about the stock of Rashbi, he calls it Yom Elula. Yom Elula means usually a day of celebration. Day of celebration, it's a chasana. It's a day to be happy. Bechlal by tzaddikim, we say chaya tzaddik and chaya psorim. But I think there's another nekuda that's very negeya. Before we should stop. Everything that I'm saying to myself. That you should know. I think I said this last time. I'm saying it again. That farbrengen means that einer schweigt und alle hören. So I want to talk to myself, and I do, by the way. I talk to myself. But I'm sitting here in front of a mic, so I'm talking to myself loudly. So you can accept what I say or not. And it's farbrengen, so you can tell me your ideas and your interjections, your comments. Yeah. So there's an idea, when you think about a Lula, the passing, a Yartzeit. So there's two ways how to teufus this idea. One is, especially for the people that saw the Rebbe, that was to see the Rebbe, to be with the Rebbe for many years. So a lot of it creates nostalgia, memories. I remember when this happened and that happened, and recalling different stories, events, but it's like a time for nostalgia. Some people are nostalgic, talk stories, and generally nostalgia brings up a lot of sadness because it was once, you don't see it physically anymore. So for the person that experienced it, it brings up sadness. For the person that didn't experience it, it's mises. Okay, it's stories. Haya Yamim, there was a tzaddik that lived in this world. So it also brings up maybe sadness. But anyone that knows a little bit about the Rebbe will know that the Rebbe was a person, this is all the Fianiyas Daiti, they didn't talk about the past at all. Wasn't a nostalgic person. In contrast to other Rebbes that spoke about this happened and that in Lubavitcher and this happened. His biography was not relevant to anybody. Never told stories about his youth. He said he had three famous few stories that he chazed over. But nothing. Didn't talk, he went through the Holocaust, never spoke about the war. Maybe once, twice, how many times, I'm not sure. But my days when I was listening, he never spoke about it. Because the Ohr, this is maybe we have to be mamic a little bit, to go a little bit deeper to understand this. There's the Ohr of Golus, and there's the Ohr of Gulah. There's the Golus mentality, and there's the Gulah mentality. The Golus mentality, by definition, Golus means that it's versetzt, it's verhakt, it's bad. And in this place of choshech, and in this place of darkness and confusion and emptiness and void, in that choshech, you can find some ohr. In an avoid, you're really tempted to eat this piece of cake, but you probably skafia, that's the little ohr in the choshech. You're really a not such a good person, you struggle with your darkness, you can find some ohr. This is Golus. This is the mentality of Golus. But there's an Ohr of Gulah. The Ohr of Gulah started to be brought down, as everyone knows, with the Ohr Shivas Yom, with the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh, that there was a new Gilui Ohr in this world. And in this Gilui of this Ohr that came down to this world, it revealed a new way of thinking about things, a new way of looking at life, a new way of looking at yourself, a new way of looking at the world. Not from a place of Golus, from a place of Gulah. There's Golus and Gulah. There's Goal and Gola. The shoyesh of Gal and Gulah, of Galus and Gulah, have the same letters, Gimmel Lamed. Gimmel Lamed means Gal. Gal means to reveal. So there's a revealing of Gimmel Lamed Hey, which is a revealing of Galus, and then there's a revealing of Gimmel Lamed Aleph. It's a different type of revealing. There's the Yid that lives in Galus. What's the state of Galus? Galus is not only a physical thing, physically in Galus, and we're talking Galus, but it's also a state of mind, and a state of perception, and ontologically, and how we think about things. And Galus is the Gal that's revealed, the Gilah Lakus that's revealed in the Hay. What's the Hay? The Hay is Elam Haza. Or if you want to use the Oasis of the Maral, the Hay is the Daled and the Yud. What's the Daled? Daled is the Daled Kamfasar. It's the four corners of the world. The Klal Yisrael is spread out through all Daled Kamfasars. And in the four corners of the world, in the Choshech of the Olam Hazeh, in the Ktsavas, in the corners, in the edges, in that place, there's a sliver of Elikus, of Yud, of the Yid. And that Yud reveals that in the Choshech there's some more. That's Golus. So what condition am I in? I'm in Golus. And I find some type of connection to Gulah in my life. Some type of connection to the Ohr of the Yud. This is Golus. This is the mentality of Golus. It's versetzt. It's the past. It's dark. All you can do in Golus is nostalgic. You can remember. Shanim Kadmanias. Was gedenkst du? What do you remember when you were younger? Okay, so some people, it's 25 years, they don't remember. They have no memory. Some people were not connected. They were alive. They were not connected. And some people were connected and still connected and were alive, but we don't want to live in the past. Why won't we live in the past? Because the past is Golus. Why do you want to live in Golus? And you want to be Miskasher, you want to connect yourself to the Ohr that's in the present and in the future. The Tzaddik Atoma Yifroch, the Ohr of a Tzaddik, a Nossi, that comes down to this world, brings a new Ohr into this world, brings a new light. The Ohr that's brought into this light is revealed in every aspect of life. Like Rabbi Jacobson spoke about chinuch. That's a prat. But it's a emistic prat. You have to understand the prat. And sometimes you go from the prat to the klal. Sometimes you go into details. And you pick up all the prat and then you say, this is the klal. This is what was revealed. But we want to connect to the Ohr, to the klal. So we should know how to act in every single aspect of our life because we're connected to the Ohr HaKlali. And therefore, it's expressed in our Avodas Hashem, how we relate to our children, how you relate to your wife and to your spouse and to your parents, and how you do business and how you sit and learn, everything. Because you're connected to the Ohr. The Ohr is Tzaddik Atoma Yifrach. The Ohr is not an Ohr that was, it's an Ohr that is. Well, Hashem said there's certain tzaddikim that come into this world that they're standing like a Lebanon cedar, like a strong pillar of faith. They uphold what is. There's certain big tzaddikim. There's an Oived Hashem in Tefillah, and Amad Avoida, and Amad Torah. And there's a tzaddik in his generation that connects to that koyach, to that strength, and does it to the maximum level. And he becomes the Amad Avoida, the Amad Tefillah, the Amad Torah in this world. He upholds the status quo. And then there's tzaddik Atoma Yifrach, there's tzaddikim that come in this world to create a pricha, to create an unfolding of a new Ohr. That doesn't mean that they don't uphold Amad Torah and Tefillah and Tzedakah. That's not shot. But with a new perspective, a new way of looking at it. And that Ohr, Never ends. The oil that was revealed by the Rashbi, and the oil that was revealed by the Arizal, and the oil that was revealed by the Hashem. It's not that it was once a Yid that was... No, the oil of the Hashem is present. If you live in the Mahalach of the Baal Shem, you live in the Mahalach of Chassidus, then the oil of Chassidus is present. And the same thing also, we talk about Gimmel Tamuz, you talk about a Yom Elula. It's taka a Yom Elula. It's taka a time of celebration, and doesn't mean that it's not painful, because with taka also shtickle, there's a little golus hidden in every one of us. That is nostalgic, and does remember, and taka. But on Gimmel Tamuz, I think, the Rebbe would want people to connect to the oir, to the light, to the life, to the chayas. And to connect to the oir is to connect to something that's vibrant, and something that's alive, something that's present. And to connect to the Gulah aspect of it. There's the Golos, is the Gal of the Daled and the Daled Kamfes of the Yud, a small little oil that you can find in the Choshech. In every single aspect of your life. That's in your Choshech, and you're dark, and it's trauma, whatever. And you find a little oil. And then this Gulah is you take the Aleph, and that becomes the foundational level, the foundational letter. It's Gimmel Aleph Lamed. The Gal stands on the Aleph. The Gal stands on the Aleph means not that there's a Gal of the Hey, which means that there's a revealing of the Yud within the Daled, but it's a revealing of the Alufa Shalom, to live with Hashem's presence in a revealed way, to see Getlichkeit in this world, to see the world the way it really is, that the world is a part of Hashem. It's part of the Eibish's expression, just like the Eibish's Yesh L'Koyach Bilti Bal Gvul, Yesh L'Koyach Gvul. And this world is this place that will be revealed. There'll be a time that we'll be able to see this in our own lives. So we have to makash ourselves a little bit more to the in English it's called a paradigm shift, a new way of thinking. There's a Gulah or that came down to this world, and you can be Amoilchem B'Choshech, you can be Rav L'Chsheves B'Emek Abacha, you can sit in darkness your whole life, and you can daven, and you can learn, and you can do Torah and mitzvahs, but it's still Golus. And the Ohr that began with the Ohr Torah of Baal Shem and Torah Chassidus was finalized and revealed in a very gashmistic way in the Ohr of the Rebbe. It's the Ohr that's revealed to change the whole perception of what it means to be a human being, what it means to be a Yid, and to see the Gulah in this world, to see the Likus in this world. So a suggestion, the only way we can do this is if we do it together. There's a Koyach HaTzibur. There's a Koyach HaTzibur that Chazal say that when a person does something be Yechidus, alone, so there's a lot of dinim. When something is singled out, there's dinim. Something that's counted, something that's measured, something that's defined, doesn't have a bracha, because why do you deserve it? I don't know, maybe I don't. But if you become part of a tzibur, become part of the collective, the Zohar Parshas Nosei speaks about the minyan of Klal Yisrael. And the shaila the Zohar asks in the beginning of Nosei is, how's it shaykh that should be, how's it possible for there to be a bracha on Klal Yisrael when you're counting them? And counting them is the opposite of a bracha. The Ramban, Al HaTorah writes, in the beginning of Nosei, that Klal Yisrael was counted l'chaim, l'schus u'l'chaim, l'schira u'l'ashgacha. It's the Lashon of the Ramban. the beginning of the parsha and Pasuk Chavav, that there was a counting that brought them bracha, that they came in front of Moshe Rabbeinu and they received a bracha from him. This is the Ramban writes, the Chassidish Ramban. Probably someone that learns the Chassidish Svarim knows this, because it's a Gishmak Ramban. So how's there a bracha? Because the bracha comes besaf. So the Zohar says the bracha came l'hatechila before they counted and after they counted. Because after they counted, it's a sach they became part of the tzibur. Enkel kabel lo yimos. They became part of the tzibur, then there's no dinim anymore. So when you farbrengen, you want to connect to the klal. You want to connect to the ohr. You want to go to a place that's beyond dinim. But to do that, we have to mischaber. This is one of the concepts of the Alter Rebbe of Chassidim. The Chassidim should farbrengen together, because the koyach haklal. So you ready? But to be ready, you have to say l'chaim. You have to say l'chaim, or you have to be as if you said l'chaim. You don't have to actually drink alcohol. That's stam nonsense. L'chaim, to drink alcohol, is just an excuse for your body to know that it can relax, and it doesn't have to start overthinking. But if you can be in that matzah without l'chaim, you don't need l'chaim. You have to be in a matzah of l'chaim. You have to be in a matzah of Yisrael, to farbrengen together. Oh, maybe someone should be talking to Sarah Mashkin.
Thank you for taking care of the inyanim.
Yeah.
The Mechubad is sitting with his hands folded. Yaakov, we have to make a matzah here because the Ilum is sitting here. And no, l'chaim, even l'chaim. Ay 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 da da, ay 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 da da.
Bam 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 bam. Da-da-dum bam 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 bam. Da-da-dum bam 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 bam. Ashreinu matay.
Chaim, Chaim, Chaim.
I want to share with you a story. Rabbi Pinson spoke about paradigm shifts. Paradigm shifts. Or in the language of Monsey, I don't know the language of Monsey yet, I'm learning, but in the language of the Baal Shem Tov or the Baal HaTanya, it's an Ohr Chadash, right? A new light, a new energy, a new perspective. July 4th, also a new day. Also a new perspective. So in Tanya, in Igeres HaKodesh, the fourth section of Tanya, Siman Yud Daled, Tanya asks why it says, Eretz, about Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Hashem Hashem Elokecha Ba, Meireshis Hashana V'Adach Rishana. In his words, if Hashem's eyes are focused on itself from the beginning of the year till the end of the year, so that means it's always. Because from the beginning of the year till the end of the year means always. Because every year it's from the beginning of the year to the end. It says, V'havalei l'meimar, Eretz Hashem Hashem Elokecha Ba, Tamid. Tamid, right? One word, Tamid. No, beginning of the year till the end of the year. So he says over there that the pshat is that every Erev Rosh Hashanah, at the end of the year, the light, the chiyus, the divine energy goes back up. It's Oila Lamaila goes back up into the source, and it comes down into the world on Ohr Chadash and Mechudash. Not just Ohr Chadash, on Ohr Mechudash. Right? Pinson will explain the difference of Chadash and Mechudash. Ohr Chadash and Mechudash. That this light never ever existed and came down from the beginning of creation. So it's not Tamid. Meireshis Hashana V'Adach Rishana. And at the end of the year, it's over. And a whole new Ohr comes in. So that means you have to be able... So that's why it doesn't say Tamid. That's why it doesn't say Tamid. Because then it would just mean it's a consistent energy, but it's not the same light. And how do you become receptive to this light? You have to open yourself up to new possibilities. But everybody knows that to open yourself up to new possibilities is always very challenging. In the world of business, they speak about different zones. Your father talks about this, right? There's different zones. There's the comfort zone. There's the fear zone, right? There's the fear zone, which doesn't let you leave the comfort zone. And then what else? The Tata is da. This is ein Inyan. And after the fear zone, anybody knows from experience? What happens after the fear zone? How old are you? He says the trauma zone. Wie alt bist du?
Fangst schon an.
Verstehst du, was tut sich? Verstehst du, was tut sich? I'm trying to explain this to the adults. Maybe you want to come give the shir in the morning. Where's your father? I think we have to have a conversation. Rabbi Litzman. Gewaldig. Okay. And then there's the success zone at the end. But to get to there, you have to open yourself up to the Ohr Chadash. So, one of the most beautiful things in Torah is, we say every morning, there's klal or prat, there's prat or klal, right? There's klal, prat or klal. There's klal shetzarech leprat, there's prat shetzarech leklal, dover shahaya b'klal. You know what all these things mean? So when Likutei Torah, Alter Rebbe says klal is always, the klal is the first klal, is achdus of Hashem. It's koilel everything. It's the oneness. The prat is the individuated energy that becomes very specific. There's my life, there's your issues. And all of creation is about the prat that came from the klal. But the purpose of it is to go back to the klal without compromising the prat. You understand what I'm saying? In Torah also, there's the klal of Torah. Vayidaber Hashem es kol advarim ha'ela leimer anochi Hashem Elokecha. So the Chidush Harim says, everybody asked, the Mefarshim would say, what it could have said, Vayidaber Elokim Anochi Hashem Elokecha, and everything else. What's this? Eskol advarim me'ela lemer Anochi Hashem Elokecha. So the Chidush Harim writes, Vayidaber Elokim Eskol advarim me'ela. God is going to be saying a lot of things. You can go through Erevin and Psachim and Shkolim and Yuma and Zvachim and Menachas and Erkin, if you're doing the Daf Yomi, and Nida and Taris and Caleb, a lot of stuff. Rishonim and Achroinim and Gaoinim and Halacha. Eskol advarim me'ela. All the words, lemer, it's that a person should be able to experience Anochi Hashem Elokecha, the klal. So you go from the klal to the prat to the klal. And the ability to be able to take every prat back to the klal is really the going back to the Ohr HaKlali, to the light that comes out from every prat when you link the prat to the klal. So sometimes, so the Rebbe's teachings were very much focused on this, what I'm saying, the klal, the prat, and the klal. In Nigla, it was the derech of the Rogatchover Gon. In every prat, he saw a klal. There's a Tosefta in Sanhedrin, I think Perek Vav. I don't know every Tosefta in Sanhedrin, but the Rebbe used to quote the Tosefta very often, so I know it. The Tosefta brings a machloikus. If your Rebbe is teaching, and two students ask questions, Echad shoyel ke'inyan, ve'echad shoyel shaloi ke'inyan. Let's say he's talking about muktzah, hilchas muktzah, or hilchas ribis, percentage. Somebody asks a question about muktzah. Yeah. If my laptop is on my chair by the dining room table Friday night, what do I do? It's a good question. What do you do with the laptop? What do you do with the screwdriver? If the leichte is on the tishtach and I want to clean up the tishtach, what do I do? Good questions. How do you deal with muktzah? And then another person comes to the Rebbe and says, are you allowed to celebrate July 4th according to halacha? Right? Or better, in July 4th, he asked about Thanksgiving dinner, if you're allowed to have turkey with cranberry sauce. So the mayor says, you answer first the person who's asking ke'inyan. The person who's asking on the topic, you answer him first. Chachamim disagree. You know why? They say no, there's no precedence to anybody. One person is asking, Psadin and Tumas, Klei Cheres, or Pshute Klei. Why? Here are the words of the Tosefta. Kol ha-Torah inyan echad. Gans Torah is ein zach, ein inyan. There's no such a thing, shaloi inyan. I am talking about muktzah, and you're asking me about ziva. I'm talking about ribis, and you're asking me about shorish nogachas apara, or tumas klei cheres, or tumas oil. What's the shaychus? So you have to figure that out, but it's inyan echad, it's one inyan, that's the klal. The ability to go to the prat and go back to the klal and see it within the individuality is really the utopia of seeing in every detail everything. And today, we see it in science, the DNA. Right? In every single cell, there's 40, 50 trillion cells in a body, but in every single cell, you know how tiny a cell is. In every cell, you have a double copy of the manual for the entire organism. Zois ha-Torah Adam. Torah is an organism. It's a human being. In Torah, in every detail, you see everything. In a tzaddik's life, in a small detail, you could see a klal. So I'm telling you a story. It's one story. It's a prat. But there's klal, prat, and coming back to the klal. The Lubavitcher Rebbe had a custom. Erev Yom Kippur and a Shana Rabbah, he would distribute lekach, honey cake, to whoever wanted to come take a piece of honey cake and give them a blessing for Hashanah Tova M'Sukkah. Erev Yom Kippur, if anybody who was there, Erev Yom Kippur, but a lot of people would come on Sukkah, so he would do it at Shana Rabbah again, because the Shana Rabbah is the end of Yom Kippur, the Gemar Tov, the Piskei Tov, as explained in Zohar. Shana Rabbah, the Rebbe would stand at a sukkah, he had a sukkah there near 770 Eastern Parkway, and he would give lekach, honey cake. It was one year in Shana Rabbah, the Rebbe was standing and distributing honey cake, lekach. The lines were very, very long. Thousands of people flocked, all types of people, but it moved pretty fast because most would get a honey cake, a bracha, and move on. There were 3 people in the line. One person from whom I heard the story. His name is Rabbi Levi Bucket. He lives in Chicago. And he was the memutza, he was the intermediary. In front of him was what you would call a classic hippie. His hair extended from his head far, far down, very unkempt, and his whole tziyur, his whole gestalt, his physique, was one that displayed the fact that he's proud to be a true hippie of hippie culture. Behind Rabbi Bucket was a Rosh Yeshiva who was a Satmar Chassid, a very distinguished and prominent Satmar Chassid. What brought him there? Something interesting. The Divrei Yoel, Schusa Yagan Aleinu, the Satmar Rav passed away, Chavav of Tovshan Lamed Tes. The Vice of Shlomo. You were there. August 1979. Till Satmar appointed a new Rebbe, it took some time. I think a year or a year and a half. So that Erev Yom Kippur, this Yid, who was a Satmar, he wanted a bracha from a tzaddik. So he decided to take the trip from Williamsburg to Crown Heights and get a piece of lekech from the Lubavitcher Rebbe. No, it's a long line, and the hippie goes by. The Rebbe gives him a piece of honey cake and blesses him, and then he turns to this Jew with long hair, young man, and says, "Where are you planning to be by the Hakafas?" He asked this Jew. So he says, "I don't have any plans." No kidding, right? So the Rebbe says these words, "It would be a privilege for me if you would come dance here with me in the shul, together with so many other Jews. We'll dance together on Simchas Torah. It would be a privilege." The man wasn't impressed. He says, what you say in English, you know, what do you say in English when you're not interested? "We'll see." You know, complete non-committal, which basically is a nice way of saying, "It was nice seeing you. We'll see. We'll see." And he left, he went on. Right after that, Rabbi Bucket moved on, and the Satmar Yid comes. He saw all this. The Rebbe gives him a piece of honey cake and says, "Ashana toiva sukkah, good and sweet year." Out of the blue, he turns to him and he says, "Ir lerent Yismach Moshe." You learn Yismach Moshe. Now, to ask a Satmar Rosh Yeshiva if he learns Yismach Moshe is like to ask a brisker if he learns Griz stencils. If he learns Chidush Griz. It's like asking a Chabatzke if he learns Tanya. If you learn Yismach Moshe was written by Reb Moshe Teitelbaum. Schusa Yagan Aleinu. He's considered the founder of the dynasty of Satmar. He was the Rav of Uhel in Hungary. Ehel. And he wrote Yismach Moshe, a beautiful sefer. So the Rebbe is asking this Satmar Rosh Yeshiva if he learns Yismach Moshe. So he says, "Avad, of course I learn Yismach Moshe." So he said, "So you remember the story that he writes in his Kuntras to Hillel Moshe about Reb Michal Zlotchever?" He tests him. He says, that story he doesn't remember. So the Rebbe is standing there, and there were thousands of people waiting. The line stopped. He tells him the story. He tells him the whole story that the Yismach Moshe has a Kuntras. He's a Pirush on Tanakh. It's a Kuntras called Hillel Moshe. It's a story that he heard from his Rebbe. Who was his Rebbe? The Chayz of Lublin. Yeah? He heard it from his Rebbe, who was the Seer of Lublin, the Chayz of Lublin, who was a student of the Mezritcher Maggid. Rabbi Yaakov Yitzchak Halevi Horowitz was the famous Chayz of Lublin. He used to call Koirach the Heilige Zeh de Koirach, because he was a Levi. Parshas Koirach, he would say the Heilige Zeh de Koirach, the Chayz of Lublin. So the Yismach Moshe writes, he said he heard this from the Chayz of Lublin. There was Rabbi Yechiel Michal of Zlotchev, was a Talmud of the Baal Shem Tov. His father was a Yid named Rabbi Yitzchak Drubitcher, right? When he came up to heaven, he says, he heard from the Chayze that Rashi, Rabbeinu Shlomo Yitzchaki, B'chvoidei B'atzma came to greet Reb Yitzchak, the father of Reb Michal Zlotchever. So he says, why do I owe this? Why do I get this honor? Rashi should come greet me. So he says, it's in honor of your son, Reb Michal of Zlotchev, Rabbi Michal of Zlotchev, and I have a question. He creates a nachas ruach l'mayla that nobody else does. He creates a commotion in heaven like nobody else. There's a pleasure that he gives Hashem that nobody else gives. And I want to know, what does he do? So the father tells Rashi with a lot of pride, when somebody asks you about your child, how did he become so great? So he says, my son, he learns Torah Lishma Yoimam V'Layla. He learns Torah for the sake of heaven day and night. So Rashi says, Gevaldik. But there's other Jews who learn Torah. So he says, my son fasts Mishabbos l'Shabbos. He's completely beyond materialistic pleasures. He fasts could be from a week to a week. Rashi says, wow. But there's other Jews I know. They don't create this tremendous ruckus in heaven. So he says to Rashi, my son also distributes enormous amounts of money that he collects to widows, to poor people, to destitutes, Jews who are destitute, to orphans. Rashi says, listen, shkula tzedakah keneged kol ha-mitzvahs, but there are another few Jews who also give tremendous amounts of tzedakah. There's something singular, unique about your child, your son, and the pleasure he brings to the Rebbeinu Shalom. What is it? So the father, Rabbi Yitzchak, tells Rashi, there's one more thing, and he quotes 3 words from the Navi Malachi. 3 words. V'rabim heishiv me'avoin, which literally means, my son brought back many, many souls from a life of sin back to Hashem. V'rabim heishiv me'avoin. Says the Yismach Moshe, when Rashi heard that, Nisyashva Daitoy Shel Rashi. Rashi was satisfied. Rashi was content. The Rebbe looks at this Satmar Rosh Yeshiva. He says, Ich sah, sie hat sich gewundert. Sich gewundert, was ich gesagt jenem. I saw that you were quite taken aback and astounded by how I spoke to this person in front of you. So the wissen was the Yismach Moshe sagt. So I'm telling you what the Yismach Moshe says. How Rashi was satisfied. The man was flabbergasted. There were thousands of people in the line. He was taken aback. Based on his education and his background, it was very difficult for him to appreciate what the Lubavitcher Rebbe was doing. Here's a kid with long hair, tattoos, piercings, earrings, mikaf regel regel ein boy misoim. Yeah, tattoos coming in Ramach, piercings coming in Shasa. I don't know exactly, but it wasn't exactly the Hasidic look. Let's put it that way. Very not like it. What's this? And the Rebbe was sensitive to the feelings of this Satmar Chassid who came to see him Erev Shana Rabbah and could not deal with it, could not tolerate it. He couldn't understand it. So he told him the story from the Yismach Moshe, the Moshe title boy, that Rashi heard a bunch of things. When Rashi heard V'rabim heishiv me'avoin, that clinched it. Nisyash v'daita. The Rebbe said, as Rashi hat sich beruhigt, kennt sich euch beruhigen. If Rashi was content, you can also be content. And the Satmar Yeshiva looks at the Rebbe and says, B'zeh alosh, ich hab git verstanden. I understand what you're saying very well. And the Rebbe said, a guten Yom Tov. It was before Shemana, a guten Yom Tov, and he moved on. The story has a little postscript. Rabbi Bucket shared with me, Simchas Torah at night, the Rebbe would dance for many hours. It was really an electrifying experience to be by a kafes by the Rebbe. When the Rebbe would leave Simchas Torah at night, it was very late, because he started kafes only at 1 in the morning, because for a few hours before kafes there was a Fabrengen. Simchas Torah at night, the Rebbe would Fabrengen from 9 o'clock till around midnight or later, and then they would prepare the shul for kafes. Kafes would start around 1:30 in the morning or 1 in the morning, and then it would go for a few hours. The Rebbe would leave hakafis. It could be 3 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Many chassidim would stay on to dance till shachris. They would just dance and dance and dance. It was quite a scene. It wasn't Noach alone. It was a lot of people. Rabbi Bucket, I heard this from Rabbi Bucket. He says it was around 5 in the morning. The Rebbe already left Hakafas. And he's about to leave himself. He wants to get a few hours of sleep, 2-3 hours of sleep before Shachas, because tomorrow there would be another Hakafas. Hakafas by the Lubavitcher Rebbe was something out of this world. It was something very even hard to describe. He would dance for hours, but there was not a tip of Hefkeris. It was with such Yiras Shamayim, with such dvekas. It was incredible just to see. It was like a revelation of Kedusha in this world that was incredible. And for hours, dance and dance and dance. Remember the Rebbe that was dancing in his high 80s, and the Olam couldn't keep up. There were 20-year-olds, nobody could keep up. It was half of a fella to watch, to see, to be part of it. And Rabbi Booker tells me, he says he's leaving Shul 770 to go home to get a little sleep. It was 5 in the morning. And who does he see dancing? He sees this hippie dancing with a chassid. They were dancing like in a circle, you know, one hand and another hand, they were dancing. He said, after all, he couldn't refuse the invitation. After all, he couldn't refuse the invitation. V'rabim heishiv meyavar. It's a beautiful story, but I think also the story has a very powerful message for us. It's not just a story, it's part of a klal, it's a perspective. I would say, from my own little experience, that one of the greatest challenges that so many of us have is contained in one word. It's called judgmentalism. People always feel judged. I can't tell you how many emails I get from a Yidden, religious people, Chassidim, Litvish, modern Orthodox, this type, that type, yeshivish, more yeshivish, less yeshivish, all types. I grew up and I feel so judged. Everybody's always judging me. Something happens in my life and everyone is looking at me. An issue with my child and I'm stigmatized. An issue with my marriage and I'm stigmatized. The judgment. I changed my hat and I'm judged. I do something not mamish perfect and I'm judged. And it creates a lot of people who are very unhealthy because the need not to be judged is what motivates so much of my behavior. So I'm not doing anything because I'm there. I'm just want to make sure that nobody judges me. In other words, my whole life is being lived externally. And the judgmentalism is so powerful. It's so toxic. And many people think that that's exactly what Yiddishkeit is. Of course you judge. How don't you judge? There's the right way, and if you're the wrong way, I judge you. The fascinating thing you see, that the holiest Jews were not judgmental. They were, the people with more Yiras Shamayim should be the most judgmental because they care the most about God. But you see, take a Yid like Rabbi Yitzchak of Berditchev, the Baal Shem Tov, Reb Zusha of Anipoli, all these types, they had tremendous Yiras Shamayim, and the Lubavitcher Rebbe in our generation was an example of this. The Yiras Shamayim of the Rebbe is you can't be Messiah. I tell people you can't be Messiah. To see the Rebbe daven mincha on a Wednesday afternoon, yeah, if I could feel Yom Kippur by Ne'ilah, yeah, like I felt when I saw the Rebbe daven mincha, once in my life it would be a chiddush. The Yiras Shamayim of the Rebbe, you can't be Messiah. His diktuk in halacha, in a minig kal, in a chumrah, in a hidur, some minig from a footnote of a Pischei Tshuva, or a Akiva Eger, or of the Arizal, or Ohr Chaim Vital, was incredible to see. And without anybody even noticing, you had to be able to notice these things because it was without shtick. L'chayre, he should have been such a judgmental person because his standards were beyond what people can imagine. Here's a person who lived 90 years. You couldn't, and he spoke a lot. You couldn't catch him 50 years on one word of Rechilus Lashon Hara. It's not that he didn't speak to people. He spoke constantly to people. 50, 60 years, you couldn't catch him. 90 years, he didn't stop fasting. People don't know he fasted days and weeks. I saw myself. I saw myself in his 80s, not when he was 25 years old. He fasted. Tremendous kedusha. His mother once told somebody, a Yid I knew, Reb Nissen Gordon, your neighbor, said, "Ich kann euch sagen, is a kadosh me beten und me leida." He came out of my womb holy. He came out of my womb holy. I'll tell you something I remember myself. There's a Jew, his name is Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan, yeah. Not Robert Zimmerman, Shapsi Zissel Zimmerman. Okay? Zusha, yeah. Shapsi Zusha, not Robert. I know Shapsi Zusha. He is considered the founder of rock and roll. MS? More or less. Huh? Okay. The founder of rock and roll. Nishkin Kleinigkeit. Yeah? You talk about paradigm shifts. Yeah. Considered the icon, won the Nobel Prize, probably the only one who won the Nobel Prize who didn't show up to get the prize. Yeah, because his bittel. Or whatever, his shtick. He dresses like a homeless man. I don't know if you know, but when he's in public, he would hang out in 770 Friday nights with a hood and a homeless guy because the Israelis didn't know who he was, and it was perfect for him. Once in a while, he would come to the Rebbe's Fabrengens. One Shabbos in the early 1980s, at midnight, he came for a Shabbos dika Fabrengen, and they told the Rebbe before that he's coming. So the Rebbe asked, "If doch nicht verstehen," he doesn't, it's Yiddish. He said he's going to stand there, somebody who's going to translate. By the songs, will translate what the Rebbe said. So the Rebbe was expecting him, Bob Dylan. He came, and those who knew that he was there, he wasn't dressed exactly like, he was dressed mamish like a schnorrer, ben benoishel schnorrer. Trust me how he was dressed. If you didn't know who he was not very respectable look. Every person, whoever wanted, would pick up a cup for l'chaim, and the Rebbe said l'chaim to everybody. Even if there were thousands of people, the Rebbe, during the songs, between the talks, the Rebbe would speak most of the time, but between the talks there was a song for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and during that time the Rebbe would look and greet every single person with his head, l'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Even if there were 5,000-6,000 people, he said l'chaim to everybody. Sometimes you saw that he looked at somebody for a few extra seconds, he gave a gesture to somebody, and you knew that person needed a special chizuk. It was quite an experience to watch. Sometimes in the middle, the Rebbe would go into advekas for a few moments or a few minutes. Bob Dylan picked up his cup to say l'chaim, and the Rebbe looked and just passed over. And again, the next niggin, again, he just like looked and he just ignored him completely, a whole farbrengen. Mitzvah Shabbos, the Rebbe asks one of his secretaries, Dylan is given? Was Bob Dylan by the Fabrengen? He says, yeah, he was there. The Rebbe said, you said he's going to be there. Why wasn't he there? He was there. I didn't see him. The Rebbe was maintaining it. He said, he said, I didn't see him. It was very strange. Somebody picked up on something. There was a chassid, a sensitive person. He picked up immediately on the secret. Bob Dylan converted to Christianity. He converted to Christianity. And he probably never went to the mikveh. Was it possible that Shabbos at a Fabrengen in Shul, the Rebbe didn't see him? The Monsey with Reb Nachum Chernobyl, you know the Monsey, yeah? Huh? Cholov, there was the milk. People were drinking, and he didn't see it. They gave him to see. He says he doesn't see anything. Later they found out that it was Cholov Akum. And he said, there's a Mishnah. The Mishnah says, Cholov shecholvoi akum ve'ein Yisrael ro'ehu. The next. Cholov shecholvoi akum ayid zet nisht. Ayid zet nisht. It was also a Meister Friday night. He was touching the walls like it's dark. They found out that it was somebody put up the light, but it was in a way that was forbidden on Shabbos. So he said he didn't see the light. So was it possible that the Rebbe, in a halo of Kedusha, Pasha didn't see that he was there? And the Yid told him, go to the mikveh. He went to the mikveh. Because he came back to Yiddishkeit. He came back to the Jewish people. He went to the mikveh. The next Shabbos, he picked up his cup. Immediately, the Rebbe looked and gave him a strong l'chaya. L'chaya, such a person should be very judgmental. Because when you have such standards of holiness, it's very hard to tolerate people who are not that way. The Lubavitcher Rebbe was probably one of the most unjudgmental people that you would encounter. But it wasn't only his gift. He inculcated this into thousands of Talmidim. The fact is, you have Chabad houses all over the world that all types of Jews come to, and they'll always tell you, I don't feel judged. Generally, the hallmark of a Chabad house is that people don't feel judged. You have religious people, you have secular people, you have religious people from all stripes, they don't feel judged. This whole shul was replicated on that paradigm. People don't feel judged there. That's why everybody comes. You look around, you'll see who's here. Even I feel comfortable here. Even you feel comfortable here, right? How does it work? Does this mean you're compromising? People who don't have principles, of course, don't judge. If you don't believe in anything, there was a Jewish comedian, his name was Sam Levinson. He used to say like this, I have principles, and if you don't like them, I have other ones. A person who's spineless, it's not a chiddush if you don't judge. If you don't stand for anything, then you stand for everything. It's not that you're not judgmental, it's just these things you really don't care about. The chiddush is when you care about something with passion, then people who are not judgmental usually become very judgmental. V'haraya, when you oppose their view on abortion, then suddenly you become the sadist and the barbarian of civilization. Well, what happened to tolerance? Tolerance for everything besides someone who doesn't tolerate your view. Why not? Why can you tolerate my not tolerating your view? My disagreeing with you? It's not easy when you're passionate about something not to be judgmental. But the Rebbe inculcated this approach into thousands and thousands of Talmidim who are really not judgmental people. And it's an incredible phenomenon. He's standing in front of this person with long hair, wants him to come to Hakafas, but the person doesn't feel judged. And a moment later, he's standing in front of a Satmar Rosh Yeshiva, and there's a deep connection to both of them that is very, very powerful. What's the magic behind this? What's the mechanism behind this? Mechanism is two things. There's many more, but I just want to point out two things. Number one is a Mishnah. Al Todanes Chaver Chache Tagiel Im Kaimer. Pirkei Avos. Don't judge other people until you don't experience their life. We don't know anything about other people until we live their lives. There's a Sfas Emes, he says, V'lemekoymai al tagia. Until I'm not wearing your shoes and walking in your shoes 1,000 miles, how can I judge you? This doesn't mean I agree with you. And that's the difference. Not being judgmental doesn't mean I agree with you. Maybe you're wrong, actually. Maybe I'm right, maybe you're wrong. But I can't sit on a throne with a superiority complex. What a lowlife. What a sick person you are. That is what creates separation, fragmentation. People become defensive, and they'll never actually grow into their ultimate potential. Always look at a person and appreciate the fact they may be doing the wrong thing, actually, but don't sit in a throne of judgment. I'm so much holier than you. You're such a lowly person. The Rebbe wanted to be oiker this attitude from Klal Yisrael. And to a significant degree, he was successful. And every day it's getting better and better. Because when you're not judgmental, you can actually bring people much closer to their ultimate purpose, their ultimate destiny, because they want to be close to you. If not, they become defensive and they become alienated and suspicious. We always have to create environments where people don't feel judged, where you can accept people. Be sensitive to their anxiety, be sensitive to their pain. As this young Litzman boy says, be sensitive to their trauma. That's something I'm supposed to say, not you. You have to be sensitive. And I ask you a question, who doesn't have shame in this world? Is there anybody in this room who doesn't have shame? Anybody raise your hand, please. Nobody has any shame here about anything? Well, I have some shame. Kol davar shaya b'chlal v'yotza min haklal, lo lamed al atzma yotza, lamed al haklal kula yotza. That one guy who says, I have shame, he's not talking about himself. It's like the one guy who raises his hand and says, yeah, I'm an addict. We're all on a journey. We all struggle. Doesn't mean that the fact that you did something wrong suddenly becomes a good thing. But it means be sensitive to people's journeys and lives. Lift them up, embrace them. Number two, what the Rebbe taught was that nobody knows about neshamas. A Yiddish neshama is a chelik eleka mimal mamish. Chelik eleka mimal is a lashon in many Rishonim and Mekubalim. Mamish is a hisafa from the Alter Rebbe in Tanya Perik Beis, in the Balatanya. In other words, it's not a guzma. Chelik eleka mimal, it's a nice word. It's mamish. What's pshat mamish? Mamish comes from the word mamoshes. You can touch it. This is mamish. Yeah, the pickle is mamish. Chelik eleka mimal. You touch a Jew. You're not touching a piece of meat. You're touching a chelik eleka mimal. You're touching a shtik elikos. And therefore you have to love, cherish, appreciate, have tremendous respect. It's a gift. He has flaws, of course, yeah, people have flaws. He may have done wrong things, perhaps. But you're dealing mamish with a shtikal elikus, with a shtikal godliness. Believe in it, invest in it, trust it, look at it, see it. And then there's a certain appreciation that you have for every person, wherever they are. If Hashem is inside of them, then you supposed there to also stay with them and to be close to them. So I think this little story about this Jew, that's Hoshana Rabbah, it's not just a prat, it's a paradigm, it's a klal. And when we can emulate that in our own lives, and we can create that in our homes and our communities and in our schools and our shuls, imagine how healthy it would be for yeshiva boys, for girls, for teenagers, in Satma, in Vishnitz, in Bobiv, in Poppe, in Lubavitch, in New Square, in Lakewood, in Monsey, in Butter Park, Crown Heights, Williamsburg, Meir Shad, in Bnei Brak, Chicago, Toronto, Golders Green, Stamford Hill. If a 17-year-old would be able to say something and not be scared that he's going to be judged and stigmatized, la'ad l'oil me'elamim. Oh, Rabbi. You always say it as is. He says, how about a 70-year-old not scared of being judged? They used to say that there's three ages, 20, 40, and 60, right? When you're 20, you're very self-conscious. Any 20-year-olds here? Right? We have some, anybody 20? Are you self-conscious? Like, Rabbi Aaron, you're 20, no? You know, who am I? What type of shidduch am I going to get? Who do I fit into? Who I don't fit into? You know, it's like the whole mahalach, my hairdo, my mahalach, whatever environment you're in. You're in Lakewood Freezer, or you're in whatever, or you're in Kiryas Yoel, or in it's not Negeya, but you have your way, how you present yourself to the world, because you want to be perceived in this chalois, okay? Then when you're 40, you say, you know what, I really don't care what you guys think about me. I am who I am. You like me, you don't like... You know, that's when they start putting on the T-shirts. You know that moment? Yeah. Rabbi Yaakov, Mazel Tov. Yeah, Mazel Tov. They start putting on the T-shirts, and even though their father, like, Sheva Brachas, yeah. This is who I am, Tati. Se gefällt dir, geht. Nicht, euch geht. This is who I am. Pride. What do they call it in America? Pride. When you're 60, you realize nobody was ever looking at you. Okay, but I'm not 60 yet, so I don't know about that. But that's what they say. So I want to bless myself and all of us that we should be able to cultivate a little bit of this attitude, to be able to love Jews, to be able to be kind to Jews, to be able to inspire people, to be able to elevate people, instead of being judgmental. Respect their journey and bring them to a more powerful place. And finally, I want to share with you this experience, which is also so powerful, so smart and so powerful. There was a group of secular students. It's a very interesting thing. During the 1950s and 60s, I don't know if you know, but the Rebbe was an address for thousands and thousands of young people who were confused. You had Holocaust survivors, and you had You had Russian refugees, but you also had a lot of people who were confused, students, and this. They would come. The Rebbe would sit all night with people. There was a group of students who came, and they asked a lot of questions, a lot of questions. When they finished asking the questions, the Rebbe would answer all the questions. One of them, he was a shtickle chutzpinyak. He wanted to, I guess it's called a trap question. He says, Lubavitcher Rebbe, we are a bunch of secular Jewish students. Be honest with us. Do you think we're good Jews or bad Jews? This is mamash a trap question. Because if the Rebbe says bad Jews, he just lost it. That's it. It's fine. If he says good Jews, there was no Shabbos, there was no kashrus, there was no tefillin, there was no Yiddishkeit. They were secular people. What is he supposed to say? He looks at the student, he smiles, and he says, I'll answer you. The student says, I want an honest answer. I want an honest answer. No fluff. Give me an honest answer. So he said, Yiddishkeit, in my mind, is a sulam mutzav artzav v'rosh magiya shamayim. It's the ladder in the dream of Yaakov Avinu. It's etched on earth, on the ground, but it reaches heaven. And it's the journey of every human being for transcendence. We are a synthesis of heaven and earth. There's a body and there's a soul. And there's a ladder we climb from earthiness to touch infinity, to touch truth, to touch the divine. And in the ladder of the Jewish people, there are 613 rungs. We call them mitzvahs. And each rung is a step in the ladder that starts on earth and reaches heaven. And that's what Jacob saw. Now I ask you a question. There are two Jews. One of them is on rung 612. One of them is standing on rung number 2. Who's the good Jew and who's the bad Jew? Who's the good Jew and who's the bad Jew? What do you say? The student says, well, from your perspective, the person on the 612th rung is obviously a lot higher and a lot superior. He says, but wait, I have one more thing to tell you. The person who's on step 612 yesterday, he was standing on rung 613. Person who's on step 2 yesterday, he was standing on rung number 1. Now what do you say? The student was quiet. The Rebbe says, you see, what matters is not which rung you're standing on. What matters is which direction you're heading in. Could be a person who's on 612, but yesterday he was 613. He's going down. Another person who's number 2, but yesterday he was number 1. He's going up. What matters in the ladder of Jewish life is not which rung you're on, it's where you're heading, which direction you're going. What matters really is not where you are, but if you're allowing yourself to be challenged, if you're allowing yourself to be stimulated, if you're allowing yourself to grow. That's what matters. So you ask me, are you a good Jew or a bad Jew? Every Jew essentially is good. Now you want to know in your behavior, are you good or bad? You have to answer that question. It's never about where you are, it's which direction you're heading. That ability to be able to look and not put a person into a box. This is where you are, this is where you're not, this is who you are. It's about the ability to become the possible human being, who you could become. And that allows people to grow into their potential, to develop themselves in an extraordinary fashion. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. Faster. Faster. אתה חושב ששמעת כל מה שיש לך? נשמע קניונים, מה? לראות את הסרטן? לראות את הסרטן?
Yafa, 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 Yerushalayim. Yashleinu, matekakeinu, umanoim, goyroleinu, umayafa, yafa, 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 Yerushalayim.
Day is the you were saying the wouldn't think twice.
No, of course not.
Ashreinu matlim zat l'chaim. Yeah. Chaim Reb Moshe. You have a lot of nachas from all your children and from your daughter. You wanted I should speak about Ahavas Yisrael in your email. Be sensitive to a Jew. Bring everybody together. Hi, da da ya 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 da da ya 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 ya. How are you? Thank you for gracing us. Yeah. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Hey, la 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 la. You heard the whole thing? You handed out? Oh, unbelievable. Yes, huh? Believe it or not.
L'chaim. There's the avoida, there's the idea of a person, the avoida sa'adam, the way a person serves Hashem. So there's an idea of ani nivreisi l'shamash koini, that a person is created to serve his koini, the Eibishter. The Gemara says in the end of Kiddushin, and Lo'ilam L'Re'isi, and Roy says, Lo'ilam L'Re'isi, I never saw a Ayasava, like I see Kayets. I never saw anyone have a job in the animal kingdom. V'heim Lo'nivru El L'Shem Sheni, V'ani Nivloisi L'Shamash Koini. And I'm created to serve my master. This is one girsa. Then there's another girsa, not ani nivreisi l'shamash koini. I'm created to serve my master. Ani loy nivreisi el l'shamash koini. I am not created. Ani loy nivreisi ella, loy and ella, which is the negation of all possibility. Ani nivreisi l'shamash koini means I'm created, meaning I'm a metzius, I exist, I'm an I, and my I is here to serve the Eibishter. Ani noy livreisi el l'shamash means I don't even begin to exist, and my whole existence to serve my Creator. The etzem we talked a little before, but we really have to say l'chaim to connect to this ohr, is that there's a light that comes through choshech. There's a light that comes through darkness. But in love and garti. How does Zayda used to say, you're giving out whiskey. Whiskey is red. Vodka is white. So he said, im love on garti. I live with love on. But I don't really hate the Edomites, the red. So worst case scenario, you have to drink whiskey, but we drink vodka. So there's avoida of iskafia, a person serving Hashem. There's choshech, you're struggling, you're tempted, and then you overcome. That's the posture, that's the tzura of a person that's nivreisi l'shamash. But then there's a higher madrega, ani noy nivreisi el l'shamash, means there's a different tzura sa'adam. The Gulah Yid. You know, it's Chodesh Tamuz. What's Tamuz? What is Tamuz? Where does the word Tamuz come from? Where's the name of the word Tamuz come from? So the Yerushalmi Rosh Hashanah says that the Shemas HaChadoshim were all in Bavel. That Klal Yisrael adapted these names from Bavel, the Babylonians, the Akkadians, the Assyrians. Klal Yisrael adapted these names. Originally, if you look at Zechariah, it's called Tzoyim HaRevi. It's called the set forth month. It doesn't have a name. Or Chodesh HaChamishi in the Torah with Av. They're called by the names, the numbers. But the names do not come from sources, Yiddish sources, but they actually come from other cultures. Olam Bavel. It's got the Ramban and Shmois that says that it's Tafka, Olam Bavel, because by Pesach, as Ban by Yisishin, they celebrated the Tiyas Mitzrayim, so therefore it's Chodesh Gulah from Nisan, so you count Aleph Beis Gimmel. But the second Gulah, which was a smaller Gulah, which Olam Bavel with Ezra, so therefore they wanted to do a remembrance of that Gulah, so that Chazal actually implemented, they should actually call the Chadashim Shemas of Bavel. But the name Tamuz, where does the name Tamuz come from? Where is the Shem Tamuz? Where does the word Tamuz come from? So Tamuz, if you look in the Sefer Yecheskel and Perik Chas, the Pasuk talks about an Avodah Zarah that's called Tamuz. It's an Avodah Zarah. The Rambam in the Moira, the Chelik Beis, Chavav, I think. The Rambam says that it's not an Avodah Zarah, but it was someone that was Ovid Avodah Zarah. The name of the priest that served in this Avodah Zarah was called Tamuz. What's Tamuz? What's this Avodah Zarah Tamuz? And it's strange that we call the Chotsh Hashanah, you call this month Chodesh Tamuz. Why do you call the Shem Avodah Zarah? You're not supposed to name after Avodah Zarah. What is the Avodah Zarah of Tamuz? So Rashi writes in Yecheskel that the Avodah Zarah was like this. There's something that's called the summer and the winter solstice, which means when the days change from winter to the summer, the longest day, the longest night. And these were days that were marked in the calendar. Chodesh Tammuz occurred in the summer solstice, and therefore what they did was, the practice of this Avodah Zarah was that there was an image, it was an idol. The idol was hollow, so they made like an image of a tzura of a person, and it was empty in the middle. And then the eyes, they had no place for the eyes, and then the place where the eyes were, they put lead. They put lead pellets in the place of the eyes. Then they would heat up a fire within the Avodah Zarah. This is Rashi writes. And when the Avodah Zarah became really hot, the lead melted. And when the lead melted, it looked like this Avodah Zarah was crying. Tears were coming out of the eyes, this melted lead. And when the tears of the Avodah Zarah was crying, the Pasuk in Yecheskel says that the women of Klal Yisrael would actually sit by this Avodah Zarah, and Yecheskel is trying to inspire them that they shouldn't do this, sit by this Avodah Zarah, and they would cry. They would cry together with Avodah Zarah. Why does Avodah Zarah cry? Always a crying. What was the idea of the crying? The crying was that there was a spring, it was a new month, new year, new spring, new possibility, new hope. And these women felt like this is going to be a time, they're finally going to find a bashert, they're going to get married, they're going to start a new life. And now the seasons it's turning, it's already turning towards the winter, it's already the summer solstice, and the days are getting shorter. And therefore they would cry and lament the fact that they didn't find their love and things didn't work out the way it should be. This is the Avodah Zarah. So why do we celebrate Tammuz? Why do we connect to Tammuz? And not only that, we connect to Tammuz. The whole Avodah of Chodesh Tammuz, the Chodesh, especially the Bein HaMetzarim, is the idea of tears, of crying. The day that they by the story of Korach, or the story by the Meraglim, they did a Bechia, there's Bechia Shel Chinam, so the Eibusha said, I'm going to do Bechia Shel L'Daris. The Bechi, Eini Yodem Moim, it's dafka through the Avodah of Bechi, through tears. So there's two types of tears, and there's two types of ways of looking at this world. And this is the oimik what we were trying to say before a little bit about the oir. There's one type of a way of thinking that what is called tragedy or fate, which means no matter how much you try, no matter how much you're going to try to aspire to be different, to do things differently, for things to happen in your life, no matter what's going to happen, fate is going to take control, and the winter is going to come anyways. You can't win. This is the great, tragic Greek tragedies, Lahavdil, which is that a person tries, has a hero journey, we're going to try, I'm going to change the world, things are going to be different, he pushes up this big boulder up the mountain, and the boulder comes flying down to the end of the mountain. And that's fate. You can't do anything, you can't fight fate. That is b'chi of atzvus. B'chi of atzvus means you're crying from the possibility that was and it can't be any longer. And there's never any possibility to change it. This is the way it is. This is the way it always will be. You can try, you can struggle, you can move the dial a little bit, but the dial is going to go back to square one. You have choshech. You're a person that struggles with this Yetzirah and these machshavas zaras and these type of thoughts and this types of depression and this types of marish chayra. This is who you are. You push a little bit the dial, and then it goes back down. And to fight choshech with choshech, or in the makom choshech, is galus. Because the definition of galus and the makar of galus is the tzimtzum. Right? The makar of all galus, the makar of all separation, of all havdalah, comes from the tzimtzum. There's a tzimtzum of the ohr. The ohr Ein Sof was not nisgala. There's a makom hacholol. There's a place of emptiness. And we're living in the place of the cholol. And therefore you're living in the place of the choshech. So no matter what you're going to do, at the end of the day, you're always going to be back to square one, back to the choshech. So you have machshavas zaras, and you struggle. So today you're going to push yourself to be Oved Hashem and to do b'simcha, and you're going to do it, and you're going to have 5 minutes success, and then tomorrow you're going to have the same machshavas zaras. And you're struggling with depression and marish chayra, you're going to push the boulder, you're going to push the rock up the mountain, and your mom is going to get to the top of the mountain, but it's tragic. It ends with a tragedy. Why does it end with a tragedy? Because the boulder always falls back down. That's inherent in the idea of choshech. Inherent in the idea of galus is that galus is perpetual and it's everlasting. This is what the Monsey of choshech is, that it's choshech, and you can push some ohr, but the choshech will always come back. So when a person thinks about avodas Hashem, to move something, to get somewhere, how does Zayda, Moshe, the Alta Zayda, he was an older Yid, he was a Sharf Yid. Someone's asked him, he was a big Oved Hashem. In fact, I think it's the only thing that's written on his kever is Oved Hashem. He was a big Yid. He was a big Yid. He was the only person, the only chassid that the Rebbe wrote on him, tzaddik. The Rebbe never wrote tzaddik on a chassidim. The Rebbe wrote tzaddik to other people, but his own personal chassidim, he never wrote the word tzaddik. But when my Zayda was niftas al Moshe, he wrote zatzal in his own ksav. He's a big Yid. Someone came to him, Zal Moshe, and told him, Zal Moshe, wie de Greichman? How do you reach? How do you get to a place? How do you get somewhere? And he was a Yid that sat 6 hours every day, learned chassidus, he davened for 2-3 hours. He was a person that was oisik in avodas Hashem his whole life. He did Tikkun Chatzos, the Rabbi Rashad told me to Tikkun Chatzos. He was a big Yid. And Zal Moshe told him like this: 20 years is kafia. 20 years you have to break yourself. 20 years darf man davenen. 20 years you have to daven like a mensch. Daven doesn't mean just to say the words, but daven really means to live the words. 2-3 hours to be davak in tefillah. 20 years samach vov. 20 years you have to learn samach vov. Samach vov is no more than the Rebbe Rashav. He used to learn it with his nail. He used to learn a line a day with his nail. He used to carve his nail into the page. One line, he would sit for 5 hours. Not sure what he did. For one line, he did 5 hours. 20 years, okay, so 20 years is kafia, 20 years tefillah. What is that tefillah? 20 years tefillah, 20 years is kafia, 20 years samach vov, und nach dem gar nicht. And then nothing. Then nothing. I'm not giving a pierce on what he said, because what he said. But when a person lives from a place of golus, from the ohr that was nisgala, koydem toras chassidus, before his galus of the ohr of the Rebbe that was revealed in this world, this generation. So your connection to ohr is through choshech. So you have choshech. The dominant feature of your life is choshech. It's makom hatzimtzum. It's makom hahester. Makom hacheser. It's concealed. It's empty. It's lack. And what you're trying to do is bring a little bit light. into the darkness. But darkness is the most important thing. So therefore, what happens is, the moment you're not connected to the light, all of a sudden the darkness comes back. And that's why people feel like, what happened? I did this, and I davened, and I learned, and I did iskafia, and I did all this avoida, and I still feel like I'm the same person like I was 20 years ago. So there has to be another way. There has to be. There was another way. There's another way. Not ani livresi l'shamash, ani loy livresi. Ani loy livresi is the understanding that the Gulah means already that be'etzem in your nefesh, in who you really are, there's already Gulah, there's already redemption. You're already perfect. There's already shleimus in who you are already. There's already oil before the choshech. The tzimtzum is not kipshutay. If the tzimtzum is kipshutay, there's a little tzimtzum, so you're stuck. There can be chazavah here, but there can be a revealing of the light, but you're still inherently in the makam hachoshech. But the Baal Shem Tov revealed, Torah Chassidus revealed, and then the Rebbe revealed in even a more revealed way, that tzimtzum is not kipshutay means that really there is no tzimtzum. Where's the metzias of the Eibishter? Everywhere. Where is there no metzias of the Eibishter? Where you choose not to see it. If you see it, if you live that there's getlichkeit in your life, there's ruchnis in your life, the spirituality and dvekus in your life, then there is no choshech. It's not that you're trying to find in the choshech some oil. That's golus. And golus, by definition, for every thesis, there's antithesis. For every chiyuv, there's the opposite. There's a dialectic. There's always opposites. You have one, so you have the opposite. You have or, you have choshech. But then there's another way of thinking. It's beyond duality, beyond separation, beyond tzimtzum, beyond havdalah. In the makom havdalah, there's Maim Elyonim and there's Maim Tachtoinim. And Maim Tachtoinim, boichim, the lower waters cry, they want to be closer to the upper waters. But the Bechi is Ladoiris. Because you can never, Mekenish de Gerechen, you can never reach it. Rabbi Jacobson said some beautiful stories. I'll tell you a story that happened with my wife's grandfather, Rabbi Yosel Weinberg. Maybe this is the oimik of the story. Rabbi Yosel Weinberg, some people know, was a very choshev Yid. He said the Shurim in Tanya. The Shurim Sefer Tanya in Yiddish. It was originally his. He chazed the Shurim on the radio, and the Rebbe was Magiya the Shurim. He was a choshev Yid, and he was a shadar. He used to collect money for the yeshiva. That's what he did for a living. He was very close to a famous family in Brazil called the Safras, very famous bankers. Jacob Safra. It was in the 80s, Toshem Mems, and at night, one night, it's 2-3 o'clock in the morning. He gets a call from Mr. Safra. He's a very famous Yvir. And he tells him that his wife is in labor. And there's complications with the labor. She's in the hospital. There's complications with the birth. And he needs a bracha from the Rebbe. And the doctors are saying that they should do a C-section and they should just pull out the child. They shouldn't have a natural birth. But his wife doesn't want to do that for kamasibas. His wife wants to have a natural birth. And he wants to know what to do. Should he go to natural birth or should he go to the C-section? And he doesn't want to do it until he gets a clear answer from the Rebbe what to do. So Safra tells, Yosel Weinberg tells Safra that it's 2 o'clock in the morning. What should I do? I should go to the Rebbe's house, knock on his door. He says, listen, I'm Jacob Safra. You do what you have to do. He says, listen, the Rebbe doesn't work that way. I can't buy him off for money. But what I could do is I'll go to his office not going to go to his house. I'm going to go to his office at 770 and see if the lights are on. I'll knock. But I'll knock. So he gets dressed. He writes this letter that Mr. Safra is asking a question: C-section, not C-section, birth or not birth, and what should be done. So when he gets to 770, he sees that it's not sure if the lights are fully on or not. It looks like maybe a lamp is on. Doesn't know if the Rebbe is taking a nap or not. Doesn't know what to do. He doesn't want to knock because maybe if the Rebbe is asleep, doesn't want to do that. So he decides he has an idea. He'll put the note under the door and he'll make a little noise as the note is going under the door. And if the Rebbe is awake and sitting by his desk, the Rebbe is going to see the note coming in. He's going to hear a noise. He's going to look at the desk. He's going to take the note and read it. If not, I'll wait for tomorrow morning. What can I do? So Kachavi starts pushing in the note, and he leaves a little bit of the note outside so he can see if it's being picked up. And he sees, he waits there for a minute, and all of a sudden the note's picked up. The Rebbe opens the door. The Rebbe opens the door, it says reads the note. And the Rebbe says that they should not do the C-section, and she's going to give birth a healthy child, and everything's going to be fine. Kachavi goes home, he calls Safra, he tells him that this is the story. The Rebbe said not to do anything. The mother's going to give birth a healthy child. You don't have to do anything. It'll be a natural birth. Okay. The Kachav, of course. The baby is a healthy baby, Baruch Hashem. The next day, Yosel Weinberg is thinking to himself, I should really ask Mechila. I should ask the Rebbe Mechila why. Because the Rebbe happened to be up. He was up. So I could have knocked on the door. Instead, I put the page on the floor, and I made the Rebbe bend down. It wasn't a young man, so I should really ask Mechila that I'm sorry. So he wrote a little note that Baruch Hashem, the baby was born, everything's healthy, but I would ask the Rebbe Mechila because I troubled the Rebbe to bend down. It's not nice. So the Rebbe sent him back a note. Similar to that note before, he says he doesn't understand why he's asking Mechila. And then he wrote, Vaharei, kol inyoni ufzuheben. My whole thing in life is to pick up. This is what my she'ifa in life is. My she'ifa in life, what I do in this world, is pick people up. There was a Yid called J.J. Hecht. And he used to create, there was a Lag Boimer, there used to create a parade. Used to come out to this parade. And there was a lot of manias v'ikuvim for the parade, and J.J. Hecht was nervous if it's going to work out, and we had a little marshcheya. At the end of the parade, the Rebbe turned to him and asked him if the marshcheya left him. Does he feel good now? Everything worked out smoothly. It was good. Everything was batzlacha. So he said, the Rebbe geschlapped. The Rebbe pulled me out of my choshech. The Rebbe says, I was there. You're probably also there. The Rebbe's loud. You can hear in the mic. He says, Arois geschlapped, aufgehoben. Pulled you out? No, I didn't pull you out. I lifted you up. There's a very big difference between being pulled out and lifted up. Pulled out means you're dealing with choshech. And you're pulled out of the blotta. You're pulled out of the darkness. There's choshech. There's a tzimtzum. There's a cheser. There's avdallah. There's separation. There's a cheser and a likus in this world. You're struggling with the Yetzer Hara. The Yetzer Hara is real. Your choshech is real. The world is choshech. There is hastara. And then you're pulled out of that choshech. How long are you pulled out of choshech? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a day, 2 days, a year. But then, if you can be pulled out, you can be pulled straight back in. But then there's something aruf lifted you out of this condition totally. It's a different paradigm. It's takan Ohr Chodesh. It's not an Ohr that says that choshech is its opposite. Because if choshech is its opposite, then today it's Ohr, tomorrow it's choshech, today it's Ohr, and then it's choshech, and it's a pendulum. It swings. One day it's good, one day it's bad. Amol daven sich ja, amol daven sich nicht. One day it's knocking, and one day it's not knocking. One day you feel connected, one day you don't feel connected. But then there's another way of thinking about it, and this is the avoida. Avoida is a total reorientation of yourself. Instead of focusing in this direction, you start focusing in this direction. It's b'shayta chad briga chad. It's one care. It's one turn. It's one shift in your consciousness. It's instead of looking at yourself and looking at the world as a place of choshech and hester and tzimtzum and a place of darkness, and you're struggling with darkness and you're overcoming in your better days and worse days. You turn, you shift to a different direction, and you're a makav ha'or. You're in the place of light, the place of Gulah. The world is not nigo, and there's still choshech. But if you're not going to be goyal your own self, then how do you expect the Gulah to come? Yinu kecholmim, that Golus is a yinu kecholmim. You know why we're in Golus? Because we dream Golus. This is our imagination. When you close your eyes, and the automatic story of your imagination creates, you know what you tell yourself? I'm a failure. I'm not a good person. I struggle. The world is against me. I can't really do anything. I'm a failure. This is the narrative that you're telling yourself. Okay, so then you wake up and you say, no, it's not emes. I can be over Hashem. I can be connected. I can reach oil within this choshech. I can overcome my struggles. Yeah, emes taka. You'll have a good day. But then you're going to be back to Golus. The last few years that the Rebbe spoke, mainly Nun, Aleph, and Beis, those few years, he spoke about this idea that it's nigmar, it's already finished, avodas habirurim, and now all we need to do is open our eyes. What does it mean? What does that mean? The avodas habirurim is shengandik, because we know that the whole avoid of a yid in this world is birurim. Every single mitzvah you're doing, you're mavar. The ohr v'choshech yimavdil. You do one mitzvah, you go in another ohr, you do another choshech, right? There's elevation of netzoitzes. You're elevating sparks, and you're maling netzoitzes. This is a whole avoida. And then there's avodas habirurim shengandik. So what's avoida of a yid then? The avoida of a yid is to stop thinking about birurim. Birurim means that there's a choshech. And you have to extricate, you have to reveal the art is in the choshech. That was taka for Golus. We're ready, this is the saf, this is already Zman Gulah. It's not a schalta de Gulah. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the oil of Gulah. The oil of Gulah already was revealed. So if the oil of Gulah was revealed, live it. That's technical. That means in Olam HaMaisa. The world is ready for the oil of Mashiach, for the oil of Gulah. The oil of Gulah is not an oil that has an opposite. It's Achdas Hashem. Echad doesn't have an opposite. You have Yom Sheni, Yom Shlishi. But Yom Echad is Chiddush Olam. It's one. It's a singularity. When you function from a place of a singularity, there's no opposite. You can't be in a place of choshech. There is no choshech. And if you find yourself in a choshech, it means you fell. You left the perspective, the orientation, the avoid of a yid today, the real avoid of iskafia, the real work that a person has to do, is not only not to have that babka. Okay, that's already means you have a taiva for the babka. I never understood babka until I started. In our Kreis, and babka was not a thing, no? Yeah, babka was. It wasn't. But I remember when I was a 15-year-old bacher, I was in a bakery in Monticello, and a Chassidish yid with a long white beard came to the counter and says, "Vil a nasa babka." I never heard of this musa, but nasa babka. It should be wet. It's Korean chocolate. It's like a whole nother level of taivas. It's like, okay, you eat babka? No, but it has to be dafka. Nasa babka? He said it was such I'm not saying you should eat nasa babka. Maybe you should help. You should have a lot of nasa babka in your house, and you should have a shefa, brachava, and everything should be gewaldig. But a little hechikite means milikdish them. This is not where your head is. What? This is a babka, and if you don't have the babka, no. If you didn't get the babka for Shabbos, and the kigel was not so good, no, didn't come out good. Milikdish them. That's one level of iskafia. Because the more you're meshana tivascha, the Ramak writes in Ohr Yoker that if a person wants to create nisim in his life, wants to create miracles, wants to create something like Ma'al Derech HaTava, you have to meshana tivascha. You have to the Baal Shem writes b'shem Reb Sadia Gaon. Baal Shem loved Reb Sadia Gaon, and he used to chaza Torah b'shem Reb Sadia Gaon that Reb Sadia Gaon never said. We don't know where it comes from, but he used to chaza Torah. And he says that Iker Brios Shel Adam L'Shana Tevim Midoisav, that the reason the person was created is to break his nature. Means you love babka, okay, so I don't love babka anymore, no mela. But that's a prat. You're dealing with pratim, you're dealing with details. And if you're dealing with details, then every detail has a counter detail. And if the ohr comes from the choshech, then there's going to be another choshech tomorrow. The ohr Gulah is not the ohr that has an opposite. It's not aroiz geschlept. It's not that I'm in this darkness and I'm being pulled out of this darkness. It's living in a different state. You're living with an understanding that every single moment of your life is ani loy nivresi ella. I'm not created only to serve the Eibishter. This is what my life is about. Not that I have a life and I'm breaking myself. What do I live for? I live to serve the Hashem. And for my life to be a Kiddush Hashem, for my life to be Kadashim Shemayim Ram. This is what I want. This is what I live for. And I live with Dveikus. I live with a connection with the Eibishter. And I try to see the Eibishter in every single thing that I do. And life gives constant opportunities to this. Every single moment of the day, you have an opportunity. You're feeling happy. So you say, "Thank you, Hashem, for making me feel happy." You're feeling joy. Thank you, Hashem, for letting me feel joy. The Eibishter becomes a Lakim Chaim. That's the difference in Avodah Zarah and to be Oved Hashem. To be Oved Hashem means we're Oved Lakim Chaim, a living God. Don't make Cain like this. How do I serve the Eibishter? Like this. Yesterday I did this. This is exactly the way I did do it. Not true. The relationship has to be alive. And alive, not nostalgic alive, not remembering alive, not fate and tears of the past. But if there are tears, this is the beer of Tamuz. The elevation of Tamuz is that there are tears. The tears are merirus. The tears are because I can achieve something. I can do something. Not tears of atzvus. It's hopeless. There's no possibility. It's gone. It's finished. I'm never going to kick out of this problem. I just saw a few weeks ago, I told Yankee, we talked about this in the car, Meshech Chachma, it's a gewaldige Meshech Chachma. Meshech Chachma writes a gewaldige word, it's a chassidische word. He says, why is it that the Arim Miklat, the Shalosh Harish Miklat, was not koilet until the other three Arim Miklat, Moshe Rabbeinu made Arim Miklat Everly Arden, then there was another three Arim Miklat in Eretz Yisrael. And the Gemara says that they were not koilet until after they did the other 6 Arim Miklat. Even though there's going to be more Arim Miklat. Yeah, after that's one of the Rambam's proofs for Mashiach. There'll be a future, there'll be more Arim Miklat. But after, when the Arim Miklat in Eretz Yisrael was established, that's when the Arim Miklat of Everly Arden was able to be koilet. Why? What's the Havana? It says because there's a medrash that says that Chalukas Eretz Yisrael is through Eliezer. That he would be the Kohen Gadol, and the Chalukas Eretz Yisrael has to come through him. So it says like this: a Ritzeach kills somebody. The Shoigig goes into Arim Miklat. When does he leave Arim Miklat? with the Mrs. Kohen Gadol, yeah? When the Kohen Gadol passes away. That's when he leaves the Aron Miklat. He says, this guy that killed before Sheven Shekavshu v'Sheven Shecholku in Evel Yarden gets stuck in the Aron Miklat. He's mispal that the Kohen Gadol should die. Right? That's what it says. He davens that the Kohen Gadol should die. Because that's how he gets freed. But the Kohen Gadol is not going to die because there's a nevuah that says that the Kohen Gadol will live till after Sheven Shecholku. So he says he starts living without hope. He says he starts living without hope, therefore the Aron Miklat is not koilet. Now listen to the story. Here's a Ritzeach. Okay, he's b'shoigig, but every shoigig is a mocker and amazing. He's a Ritzeach. He's davening for the highest person in Klal Yisrael, for the Kohen Gadol to die. So obviously he's a Rasha ben Rasha. Right? He's a Ritzeach, and he's davening for someone to die. Not only so, he's davening for the Kohen Gadol to die. But that gives him hope. And if he doesn't have that hope, it's not koilet. The Eibusha doesn't put you in a condition that you don't have hope. Even the Ritzeach. If a person says that it's hopeless, and I can never get anywhere, my life is a constant struggle, and I will never achieve an amount to anything. I will never manage to kirch out of my darkness. If a person says that, he's living without tikva. This is Tamuz. This is the avodah zarah of Tamuz. It's hopeless. It's fate. I'm born this way. I'm born this way, and nothing will change it. I'm going to push the rock up the mountain, and push and push and push. Lepoil, the rock is going to fall down. I'm never going to kirch out of this. If a person says that, he's an oived avodah zarah. Betarava, there's avodah zarah. We have to believe that there's another way. There's a way that we can yadegrechen. There's a way that we could actually reach a new light, or chodesh, that's misgala to us, that's revealed to us, that allows us to live in a different light, in a different way. And then it's not pshat, you're struggling. It could be also, it's possible maybe that you will also have struggles. But the struggles comes from, there was the Gemara says, it's a Gemara in Sof Brachas and Sof Marikotten. The Gemara says, V'yechel mechayel choil, Yer Elokim b'tziyin, is Talmid Chacham ein lo menucha, loy be'elam haza, v'loy be'elam haba. Talmid Chacham never has menucha. It's constantly moving, constantly growing. Not in this world, not in the other world. So the Marsha in Brachas asks, the Chedush HaGados asks, what's that the Olam Haba? Tzaddik doesn't have menucha in Olam Haba? The whole Olam Haba, the whole idea of Olam Haba is that, like the Mishnah says in Talmud, is the Yom Shekul Shabbos Menucha L'chai Lamim. It's Yom Shekul Shabbos Menucha L'chai Lamim. It's Dafke Menucha. So what's that Tzaddik Ein Lo Menucha L'Olam Hazav L'Olam Haba? So the Rebbe once made a siyum on this shas, and it's an oimik de gevort, and it's a very accurate of what the Rebbe lived and on the way he looked at life. The Rebbe says that there's a darga of movement within the context of stillness. There's a darga of movement Eila menucha in a place from menucha. That menucha is not a stira to imenucha. Which in very practical, tachlistic language, what this means is, it doesn't mean you're not going to grow. When a person says, I'm shalom, okay, I'm perfect. I'm betzim, you have a chelik elakam ma'al mamish, that's taka perfect. And you have a place that's shleimus. That's your Gulah, that's the Mashiach, that the Ohr Chaim writes as the Bechina Mashiach of every Yid. There's that Bechina Mashiach, which is the Torah Baal Shem, which incidentally, in Torah Baal Shem, if you ever look in Torah Baal Shem, you look in all Kesser Shem Tev and Tzivos HaRivosh, and all the Sifrei Baal Shem, you'll never find, the Fiani is Daiti, I don't think ever, the Baal Shem Tev talks about a Mashiach in the future. Doesn't talk about it. Doesn't mean they didn't believe in this one, it doesn't talk about it. Baal Shem Tev talks about Mashiach, it's present. Now. There's a famous Ohr Chaim that it says Ozimol is choik pina. Asalom sheismal is choik be'elam haza. So the Ohr Chaim says, how come tzaddikim laugh? You know, have schoik. It says a tzaddik that's davik in elam haba can still laugh. If you're davik in Olam Haba, if you're living in the future, in the present, then you can laugh. If you're living in Olam Haza, you're living in Makom HaGolus, it's taken nos chayk. Oz, it's the future. And Oz can mean the future, can mean the past. So if you're living in the future, okay, in the future you're going to reach it. So then why are you laughing? Why are you happy? You haven't reached anything. But if you reach the Bechin of Olam Haba, Alam Chatir B'chayach in the present, that you reach a place of menucha, that you're totally in a place of peace and perfection and dveikus in the present moment right now, then you reach Olam Haba in the present. So it doesn't mean you're not going to grow as a human being, as a yid. You're going to be over the Shem, and tomorrow you're going to grow a little one more. But your whole movement, your whole tnua is from a mokim of menucha. Your whole tnua is without anxiety, without guilt, without shame. These things have to be eliminated from your consciousness completely. Totally. What are we talking about? Why you want to live with guilt? You want to live with choshech? So you're growing. Every day you're becoming more and more connected. But the foundation of your growth comes from a place I'm already perfect. The foundation of where you're moving from is that I'm already connected to the Ohr Gulah. And this is what the Rebbe, in the last few years, again, Lefianias Daiti, one of the Giluyim that the Rebbe brought down to the world and talked and shturim the last few years of his life, is that the Avodas HaBirurim is finished. Birur means like birur, like boyer, like your boyer, good from bad, tov and ra. This is what you want, what you don't want, like the dinner boyer. Avodas HaBirurim is one halach. The Avodas HaBirurim is already it's over. The Baal Shem Tov came, Chassidus was revealed. We're hundreds of years later. The world is already ready. We're holding to ready Mashiach. You have to start thinking differently. Now you want to do Avodas HaBirurim, fine, continue. But if you want to live with Mashiach, with the Ohr Gulah, then it's a different mahalach. All you need is to open your eyes. You have to change your perspective of how you look at this world. What's the world? It's a makam ha-choshech? Okay, so it's choshech for you. It's epistemology. It's not theology. Correct? It's not mitziusi. It's not the mitzias. It's your mind. The chiddush of Torah Chassidus is everything is in your mind. That shamu nimtza is like a nice word. It's a gleich wörtel. If you feel yourself that you're in the shamu nimtza. No, shamu nimtza is no other place that you are. You could be standing here and being Eretz Yisrael. You could be in Eretz Yisrael, being choshech. Wherever you are, if you put your mind to that place, that you are in a state of Gulah, and you live like that, you try to see the Yad Hashem, you try to see the Eibishter, the Lakus in every single detail of your life. So every single thing you're doing is Ohr. It's not like, now I'm eating. There's a difference between Kol Masach Yil L'Shem Shemayim and B'chol Derech Hadeim. Kol Masach Yil L'Shem Shemayim means, now in the Rambam, it's the same thing. D'chas Deis, Kol Masach Yil L'Shem Shemayim, V'chol Derech Hadeim, he writes it in one hemshech. And that's the way the Rishonim learn it. But the Baal Shem Tov came and said, it's to reveal a new Ohr. Kol Masach Yil L'Shem Shemayim means, I'm doing this for that. It's a means to an end. This choshech, I'm doing this action. I'm eating. No, what should I do? The Eibushin tells me that I have to eat. You probably don't have to eat as much as you think you need, but you probably have to eat a little bit. Some food you do need. Guaranteed probably 50% less than you think you do. But that's already a whole nother avodah. So you have to eat, but mayasa, what should I do? I would rather be sitting and learning Torah. I'd rather be sitting and davening, but mayasa, I have to also eat. So therefore, l'shem shemayim, I'm eating so I should have koyach to daven. Maybe I'm a bal parnasa, maybe I have to work. So I'm working for the few hours that I have menuchas hanefesh that I can learn. B'chol derech hadeim means something else. B'chol derech hadeim means become the Adam Yoda Eschava. Das HaMechaber. You mechaber yourself. You davuk. To who? Is Vav K. Vav, and the Arizal actually writes in Parshas Koyach this week, that Vav is connected to Kutchabrichu, and Hey is connected to Shchinte. And oisis pshutis b'yoser, this means that Hashem's transcendent presence of kutsha brichu, which is kutsha brichu, kadosh umuvdal, transcendent, is actually present in tachtoinim, in the Shechina. That there's a yichud, a kutsha brichu shchinte. That's what it means. That when I'm doing work, and I'm eating food, and I'm taking out the garbage, and I'm doing mundane activities, I'm actually serving the Eibishter. Because there's no place that's empty of the Eibishter. In the Makam HaGolus, there's Choshech. And you have to deal with Choshech, with Ohr. So you bring a little bit more Meshcheil Lebeis HaMedrash. Meshcheil Lebeis HaMedrash means you're struggling with the Yetzer Hara, bring a little Ohr. But the Ohr, the oimik of the Ohr, where's the Ohr? Where's the Ohr of the Tchilas Habriya? The Ohr of Tchilas Habriya is the Ohr that's not the Ohr that is the opposite of Choshech. It's the Ohr that's soivel also Choshech. Where's that Ohr? It's Nignas of Torah. That's the Torah of Baal Shem. Which means that if you're learning Torah as a respite, a place to find refuge, as Ohr Miklat, I'm struggling with Choshech, I'm going to run to the Beis HaMedrash. Okay. So it's going to last in the Beis HaMedrash. The moment you go back to work, you're back to square one. The moment you go back to eat, you're back to square one. You're the same behemoth. You learn with a big asmada, you daven with a tremendous islavus, and then 10 minutes later, you're not sure, you're, I don't know. You're knee deep in a nasa bab. And you don't even know what's happening. The babka is all over your face, and the same Ohr that you had with davening, the babka, the same as lavas. And there's no one to blame, by the way. There's no one to blame. Because if you have Ohr, you have Choshech, and you have Choshech, you have Ohr, and you're gonna go your life bang, ping, ping, like a ping pong ball. This way, that way, this way, that way. Every day is another swing. But there's the Ohr Gulah. The Ohr Gulah is a higher Ohr. The higher Ohr is a light that permeates and is revealed, and there's this gala in all the Choshech. There's no Choshech. Every place is a Shras HaShechina. That's Ro Kol Basar Yachda. The basar itself is Ro. It's not that I'm eating the Shem Shemaim, so I should have kavanah, so I can daven well. I'm doing this. This is mamish the kavanah. If your wife tells you to take out the garbage, it's an avoida. You're serving the Eibishter. You should do it with an excitement, with a passion, with these slavos. Say, thank you, Hashem, for allowing me to take out the garbage. Like, thank you, Hashem, for allowing me to daven to you. Thank you, Hashem, to allow me to learn your Torah. This is the Ohr that's Nizgala. This is the Ohr that we have to be connected with. This is the Ohr that we could be connected with. This is the Ohr that was revealed in this world. Tzaddik comes into this world, a Nasi B'Yisrael comes into this world, is mezachid the world. It refines the world for a new, that the world should be open to a new, to be nikla, to receive a new type of Ohr. It's not just it happened. It happens, and it happened, and it's continuing to happen. It's tzaddik katama yifrach. It continues to happen. We should be davok in this Ohr, to see this Ohr in every single matzav in our nafshi that we have, and we should be zoichet to see the Gulah of Amitas V'Ashleim Meir V'Yameinu L'Payal.
Amen, amen. Chaim, Good.
Some nights, different target.
Ya 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 ya. Yeah. tzama tzama lecha nafshi makama kama kama hey tzama 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 lecha nafshi makama kama kama Lecha nafshi makam 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 lecha v'sani ayeda ayeda la 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 ayeda yakhda la 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 ya oh ya da am da dam bam 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 Rabbi Shuren, Chaim. Sag Chaim for the Zayda. Hey yo, Nayim, Gairaleno, Yafa, Yerusha. Hey yo, Nayim, Gairaleno, Hey yo, Nayim, Gairaleno, Yafa. Noyim, 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 gairaleinu, Mayafa. Hey yo, noyim, 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 gairaleinu, Mayafa. Hey yo, noyim, gairaleinu, Ma Yafa Yerushalayinu, noyim. Hey ya, hey ya, la, ya, la, 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 hey ya, la, hey ya, ma, yam, da, da, dam, bam, 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 ba. Hey, la, 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 yo, ma, na, yim, gaira, Yafirushasaynu, ma, na, yim. Hey, bam, 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 ba-dam, ba-dam, bam, 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 ba-da-da-da-dam, ba-da-dam, bam. Oh, manayim, gairaleinu, oh, mayafa. Oh, manayim, gairaleinu, oh, ma. Hey, oh, manayim, gairaleinu, oh, maya. Manayim, mayafa. Hey yo, manayim, gairaleinu, oh, mayafa. Hey yo, manayim, gairaleinu, oh, ma. Dum bam 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 ba. Hey ya ya. Hey yo, manayim, oh, mayafa. Hey ya ya la ya la 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 ya la 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 ya ya la. Oh, manayim, gairaleinu, oh, ma. Chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. Did psa geschmack niggin, let's sing together. Did ya ya yeda ya did ya oh yeda. You know the niggin. Did ya oh yeda. Everybody join us. Oh, Chaim, 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 Chaim Yidden. Chaim, Chaim, Chaim. I know a few people have questions. We're soon going to get to questions. So the Fabrengen becomes not just a monologue, but also a dialogue. Or Yashav or Chayzer. Or Chadash, or Mechudash. Or Chadash, or Mechudash. The Baal Tanya writes in Nigeris HaKodesh and Tanya Siman Chav Zayin Chav Ches, why is it that by Yidden we commemorate a Yartzeit? What's the Havana in this? The day that somebody passed away, what's the idea of commemorating it? Baal Tanya writes this, he says this about, it was written after the Petira of Reb Menachem Mendel of Horodok, Reb Menachem Mendel Vitebsker, the author of Pri Haaretz, Talmud of the Maggid, and another letter that was written to the Holy Baditchever, Reb Levi Yitzchak, the Kedushas Levi, after the Petira of his son. I think his name was Reb Meir. And he says there the following point, that when a person completes their life, so that day when they completed their life, their entire life comes together. The lashon of the Baal Tanya, Kol Ma'isa v'Teirasai v'Avoidasai, Asher Avad Behem Kol Yemei Chayav. The whole life story of the person, their actions, their teachings, their avodah, it all comes together. It's all completed. It becomes wholesome, and it's revealed on that day in a whole new, powerful way that is unique. And as he puts it there, Poyel Yeshua is Bekerev Haaretz. To give a more illustration for this, perhaps, maybe, sometimes, I guess you could say, lahavdil, those of you who are readers, maybe when you were younger, you're reading like this big book, this 1,500 page book, and it's delicious. And you don't want it to end. You know those books? There's books you put down before you start. There's books you put down after a few lines. Well, you don't want them to end. It's so good, especially if you're a teenager, you don't want to go to school, you get into bed with a book. And Selensich, especially if you're lucky to have a flu or an earache or a virus, you have a good excuse. You don't want it to end. But then it ends. And you're very happy. You're happy because it was a great read. You're sad because it ended. And the whole thing comes together. Zeh Sefer told us, Adam, a person's life is a Sefer. The life comes to a completion. So the whole story comes to a completion. And at the end of the book, you figure it all. At the end of the book, you see the whole picture, the full picture. The Ohr Ha'olah Kolana, the sum total. Like the whole novel, the whole narrative, the whole drama comes together. And there's an element of sadness that it's over, but there's also an element of joy for the experience and for the inspiration. So the Baal Tanya says a person's day of the Ptira, their whole life comes together, and each year, Hayamim Ha'ela Niskarim V'nasim, the Arizal says, Niskarim V'nasim. By remembering it, it's recreated. In Yiddishkeit, Ruchnius is eternal. So therefore, every year, like Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot, Chanukah, Purim, or individually in a person's life, the year that it happens, every year there's that energy that comes into the world of Kol Ma'isa v'Teirasei v'Avodas Shabbat Kol Yemei Chayav. With the Lubavitcher Rebbe, you see a fascinating thing. In his lifetime, he touched hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people. But today, 25 years later, probably hundreds and thousands and millions more. It's not a regular thing. It's not a regular phenomenon. Usually a person 25 years later, it's an alta maisa. It's a lot of years. 25 years is a quarter of a century. Most Chabad Shluchim today never saw the Rebbe. Or they were children when they saw the Rebbe. But that's even within Lubavitcher. I'm talking even outside of it. Because the Rebbe brought in an Ohr into the world that every day is appreciated more and more. It's not a secret that when the Rebbe was alive, he had a lot of people who criticized him. Because always, that's the klal. The Maharal says, whenever a great soul comes into the world, it's very hard to contain. It's just natural. What happened with the Rambam, for example? What happened with Moshe Rabbeinu himself? Take a look at a Korach. You think Korach was a nobody? Nah. Korach gewen spitz. Korach was a Yid, Teuro Gdula b'Makom Echad. You think Korach was Sastam HaGarnished, a bomb? What's up? Korach got 250 Roshis on Hadroyas to attack Moshe. Why is it? Because the Ohr of Moshe Rabbeinu is very powerful. The Rambam's Ohr, you know how many opposition the Rambam had? The Baal Shem Tov came into the world. Balatanya, Kayotze was at these people. There was tremendous opposition. Not from people who were nobodies, from great people, because it's such a big light. It's very hard to hold on to it. It's misunderstood. And the same is true with the Rebbe. But today, you see a matzav 25 years later, that besides a few, 5, 6 individuals from the Stone Age, the Ohr that the Rebbe brought into the world is every single day appreciated more and more and more by all Jews and non-Jews. Lahavdil. Litvishe, Yeshivishe, B'nai Torah, even Lubavitcher Sof Kol Sof. That was an inside joke. It's an infinite light, but an infinite light, it's not easy to deal with. It's like, what are you supposed to do with it? Unless you have tremendous bittul, tremendous humility, it's very hard to deal with it. But every day and every year, it grows more and more because it's an Ohr that the Rebbe brought in. Who was the Rebbe? The Rebbe was an Eved Hashem. The Rebbe didn't have a Metzias of his own. His whole Metzias was bittul to Hashem. So it's an Ohr of Hashem that a real tzaddik brings into the world that changes the paradigm and the perspective in very powerful ways. The more and more you see that the perspectives and the light that the Rebbe taught for 40, 50 years is penetrating in every single place, every single home, and every single community more and more. Why? Because it's the light that brings God into this generation. So you say, 200 years ago there were no Vada. But every day has its challenges, and every day has its gifts. And you have to have the Ohr to be able to speak to that day. The Lubavitcher Rebbe writes, I said this once in a shir, and somebody said it can't be that he says this. Then I showed it to him. So he said, oh, it could be. People, if they don't understand something, it can't be. I never heard such a thing. I have sometimes people sitting in shir, they don't understand what the Alter Rebbe says. It can't be, because they don't understand. The yesod of Yiddishkeit is humility. Bittel. Va'ish Moshe, anav ma'od mikal adam hashapnei adama. If you're not humble, you won't open yourself up to anything outside of your foolish narcissistic ego and your traumas and insecurities. You have to open yourself up. And nobody will destroy you with your humility. Humility doesn't destroy you. Humility builds you. It opens you up to infinity. It opens you up to godliness. So the Kedushas Levi writes like this. He asks a shaila. It says teku everywhere, right in Gemara. Teku, teku. So Tosfos Yom Tov says in Adiyas, what's teku? Tishbi yitaretz kushis v'boyas. Eliyahu Hanavi is going to answer all the questions. Mashiach comes, it'll be Eliyahu. Eliyahu will come and he'll solve all the problems. I don't understand. Who knows how to learn better? Moshe Rabbeinu or Eliyahu Hanavi? If you can go to a shia in Baba Kama, yeah? And there's a sign in the shul here. Eliyahu Hanavi is going to give a shir, and Moshe Rabbeinu is going to give a shir. If I can learn them best. Eliyahu Hanavi is Eliyahu Malach, but as a Rosh Hashiva, Moshe. So Moshe is also going to be there when Mashiach comes. The Gemara says in Yuma, Daf Hey, Moshe v'Aaron imam. Moshe is going to be with us. Why is Moshe not going to answer the kashas? Why Eliyahu Hanavi? Interesting question. That's what it says in Kedushas Levi. In Likutim, in the back. You know what his answer is? Listen. Huh? He says, where was Moshe for the last 3,000 years? In Gan Eden. Where was Eliyahu over the last 2,000 years, 2,500 years, almost 3,000 years? He's hanging out. Every bris, he comes. Eliyahu Hanavi, Eves v'stutzich. He goes into the Seder. He knows the latest iPhone. He knows the latest issues. He knows the issues with addiction, with trauma, with therapy, with kids at risk and kids in pain. He knows what's going on with Shalom Bayis. He knows challenges. He knows the matziv. He knows what's called the zeitgeist, yeah, of the generation. He understands what's going on. He hears he hears what they talk about in the mikveh and in the shtibel and in the bris and at the seder. For a person to answer questions, it's not enough for him to know everything. He has to be part of the people. Tzadik hatama yifrach. That's what a manig Yisrael is. A manig Yisrael, it's not enough that he's a saintly malach. It was one of the most extraordinary things about the Rebbe, that combination. The Rebbe combined royalty with simplicity, heaven and earth. There was a part of him that was always in heaven, not in Olam Hazeh. Anybody who saw the Rebbe by Tkiyas Shofar, you knew he wasn't a Yid in Olam Hazeh. The whole musig of Taivas Olam Hazeh, it like didn't register. On one hand, you saw we ate, but without shtick. On the other hand, he was as earthy, he could talk to anybody about any subject. Any subject. And not like from a place of superiority, from a place like one-on-one with complete simplicity, like almost like a child. There was a Yid, we knew him, we grew up with him. He was a Yid without children. He was a Russian chassid, his name was Zalman Teibel. He didn't have children, and he became senile. He had Alzheimer's, and they put him into the nursing home, Eshel Avram in Williamsburg. You remember Eshel Avram there? And a nurse brought him Erev Yom Kippur to get honey cake, lekach from the Rebbe with a bracha. The Rebbe would give Erev Yom Kippur. They brought him. He was already close to 90. But he had Alzheimer's. The Rebbe knew who he was, Alman Teibel, because he came from Russia, and he brought to Chabad a niggin, that he was his niggin. Ano avda de kutsha brichu de sagidna kamein de brich shmei. Ano avda de kutsha brichu. Ano, you know the niggin. Ano avda. In the 60s, he brought that niggin to Lubavitch, Zalman Teibel. Now it was already in the 80s, later 80s, mid 80s. He was already, unfortunately, with Alzheimer's. And they brought him to the Rebbe to get Lekach Erev Yom Kippur, but he didn't recognize the Rebbe, he didn't recognize anybody. And the Rebbe was trying to connect to him, but he couldn't. He was talking to him, looking at him. Alzheimer's took over his conscious brain. There were thousands of people on the line. This was Erev Yom Kippur after Mincha. So there's a little time people have to go home to eat the meal. So but the line would move very, very fast. Everybody would get a piece of cake. They would say Shana Tovim Sukkah and move on. And he was there, standing. Somebody was holding him up because he was almost 90. And the Rebbe saw that he's completely not here. He was not there. He was there, physically there, but there was nobody there. So the Rebbe, the whole line stopped. The Rebbe started to sing Ano Avda. The Rebbe sang the whole niggin to him. Ano, the niggin that he composed decades earlier, the Rebbe sang. The whole line stopped. The Rebbe sang the whole niggin. From the beginning till the end. You know, music has a power to stimulate and arouse, trigger regions of the brain that are very deep, especially when it's your niggin, especially it's a niggin from your young years. In the middle of the Rebbe, the Rebbe sang beautifully. The Rebbe had a chush, besides other chush, he had a chush on a gineh. I don't know if some of you heard, but when the Rebbe sang, every heart would melt. It was a combination of depth and simplicity. There was a sweetness and there was a depth in his niggin that was very, very deep, very penetrating. The Rebbe sang, it was like a special tainug that was very deep, like from the etzem hanefesh. And the Rebbe singing this niggin to him. And in the middle of the Rebbe singing, the inexplicable happened. He emerged from Alzheimer's. He became aware of his environment, and he looks, and he's in front of the Rebbe. And he broke out in such a smile because he couldn't believe that he's standing right here, mamish, at this moment. And they two gazed at each other with so much love. And the Rebbe showered him with blessings and gave him lekach. And then the nurse took him away, and he slipped back a few minutes later. But for those few moments, he was elevated from the abyss of Alzheimer's to the loving embrace of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Why did I tell this story? Was it Megadat Farda?
Had Alzheimer's.
Huh? Huh? Taiku. Very good. A manig Yisrael, you have to be connected to heaven, but you always have to be connected to people. If you don't understand people, if you don't understand your generation, you can't inspire a generation because you don't understand what they're dealing with. And if you tell them, why aren't you like a different generation? It's not fear. I am I, like Reb Zusha said, I have to be Zusha. I can't be Moshe Rabbeinu. So that's what the Lubavitcher says, why Tishbi, Yitaretz Kushes Ve'bayas. Only Eliyahu will be able to answer the questions that we struggle with. The Rebbe articulated a roadmap for Yiddishkeit in this generation that has mamish inspired hundreds of thousands, if not millions. I'm not talking in Lubavitch, I'm talking b'chlal in the whole world. Directly, indirectly, consciously, and unconsciously. It's a fascinating thing. In the 1950s, those who remember those years, it's before my days, but if you speak to anybody who remembers, the attitude in the whole frum world is that it's a big question if religion will last, and how much it will last, and where it will last. The Yush was so deep, everybody was just holding on to the few little shtiblach and institutions that they had. First of all, there was a Holocaust, and that destroyed not just physically the Jewish world, but the spirit, the oomph, the passion. How could it not? Talk about trauma. But besides all that, the embrace of secularism was so powerful, right? It was incredibly powerful. You had fine Yidden, but everybody was on the defensive. And at that time, the Rebbe started to send out shluchim to the whole world. And people were saying, what's tus to just hold on to your little community built? The Rebbe said, no, you don't understand. L'saken oilem b'malchus shindal yud. The Jewish world wants real Yiddishkeit. Jews want to be real Jews because the neshama is a real thing. The dveikus in Hashem is a real thing. The world is a divine world. Einoid Mulvadi of the Baal Shem Tov. Einoid Mulvadi is the real world. The real world. And people were making fun. It was ridiculous. You're going to lose them all. They saw Menoida in the public square. What are you doing? To be anti-Semitism? But the Rebbe understood two things. Number one, the world is yearning for truth, and the Jewish people are yearning for truth. They're really yearning for truth. And number two, he understood very, very well and taught us that with the proper hashkafas oilam, with the proper perspective, with the proper attitude, if you could see the elikus in people and in the world, like Rabbi Pinson explained, they'll be able to see it, and you'll make a revolution. Today, then in the 50s, for a guy to say, my grandson is going to be more frum than me, yeah, would be as realistic as saying that tomorrow we're all moving to planet Mars. At best, your grandson will marry a Jew. Bzeidas used to beg their grandchildren, Chach, hold on for Shabbos, something. Today, everybody says, my grandson, yeah, he takes it seriously. Me, yeah, I'm not so sure, but my grandson, oh, yeah. 9 years here, 9 years in the Brisk, 9 years in Lakewood, 9 years in he takes it very seriously. It's a common conversation. Don't take this for granted. This was a revolution. It was a transformation that happened. How you look at Yiddishkeit, how you look at the world, how you look at God, how you look at Torah and mitzvahs. It's a paradigm. It was a paradigm shift. Ohr Chaim Shul. And this attitude, the positivity, is growing every day. Pile ployim. A neshama was nostalgic a quarter of a century ago. And there's younger light today in Siberia. Siberia, the shliach just finished building a mikveh in southern Siberia. The women had to fly 7 hours to find a mikveh. 7 hours. He finished building a beautiful mikveh in northern Siberia. You know where northern Siberia is? You know how many time zones Siberia has? Reb Moshe and Yale, they taught you how many time zones Siberia have? Huh? 11! Siberia is Gressevia America. July 4th. And it was the place of Shvichas Damim where Stalin sent tens of millions to die. In Birobidzhan, you know where Birobidzhan is? Huh? Birobidzhan is where Stalin, Yamach Shemai, wanted to exile 5 million Soviet Jews in 1953 before he died on Purim. Birobidzhan still has signs in Yiddish, communist Yiddish. The Chabad Shliach just opened up there a glatt kosher restaurant, Mahadrin Min Mahadrin. You could take your wife on vacation to Birobidzhan. You go to the Kremlin today, you go to the Lag BaOmer, 3,000 Jewish kids marching, screaming, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, 10 yards away from Stalin and Lenin's body in the mausoleum. I want to say they're turning over in their graves, but they don't have graves. They're there in the mausoleum. They're turning over in their mausoleums. I almost feel bad for Stalin. 10 yards away from Stalin, yeah? And they're screaming 3,000 Shema Yisrael Hashem, and Putin is smiling at Lazar. The Tsar Putin is smiling on Lazar. This didn't happen in a vacuum. Today in the former USSR, you have 400 Chabad Shluchim. You know what that is? In Moscow, there are 70 moizdas. 70 moizdas. I'm not giving you exaggerated numbers. You could look it up. And the inspiration, it grows, the influence grows. Why? Because it's not about a person. I always laughed. When I grew up, there were people who used to call the Lubavitcher a cult. And I used to smile. Why? Because I never met anybody who encouraged more independent thinking than the Lubavitcher Rebbe. You'll be hard-pressed to find a person who told people you got to figure things out on your own. Not only that, to send out shluchim to the whole world, in their 20s, they have to raise millions of dollars to put up buildings, build camps, schools, without training, even without a good English education. If you're not an independent individual, if you don't got ambition, and if you don't got a mind of your own, you will be a miserable failure. Anybody who even touched the Rebbe's teachings know one of his greatest themes is, we don't create followers, we create leaders. The Rebbe wasn't interested in followers. The Rebbe once said at a Fabrengen, mir is gut, 9 Jiden sollen bleiben in Kranheit, alle sollen wegfahren. I'm happy with 9 people to stay so I can have a minyan for myself. Everybody else, go change the world. Go change the world. That's what he wanted. But today, the differentiations, the polarities, the Chalkus and Klal Yisrael are coming to an end. Today is the generation of Achdus. That this avodah, this oir that the Rebbe tried to bring into the world from Hashem is something that belongs to every Jew. It has nothing to do with a Chabadske, Nishke Chabadske. I'm a Litvak, I'm a modern Orthodox, I'm this chassid, I'm not a chassid, it's irrelevant. You got to be a leader today. Change the world, and everybody could change their own world. L'sakin oilam b'malchus shel daled yud. How? through the three loves that the Baal Shem Tov used to speak about, and the Rebbe didn't stop talking about: Avos Hashem, Avos HaTorah, and Avos Yisrael. And he used to say that the three are one. If you love God, you love Jews, and you love Torah. If somebody comes to me and says, Rabbi, why do I love you, but I happen to hate your kids? There's Yidden, they scream, V'haftas Hashem Elokecho. Then they see a Jew. God says, do me a favor. If you don't like my kids, have a wonderful day. If you love Hashem, you love His children. If you love a Yid be'emes, you love Hashem. Chelik Elokam Imal. And b'meili, you love Torah. It's one love. Avos Hashem, Avos HaTorah, Avos Yisrael. So comes such a Yom's Gulah, that there's an Ohr in the world, a special Ohr in the world. It's an opportunity for everybody to be able to find their own light. Not to be a follower, to be a leader. Stop being a shmata. Be a leader. What says to be a leader? To be able to understand that you were sent on a shlichus to light up yourself and the people around you. That's your shlichus. The Rebbe once said a vart, a beautiful vart. That if Fabrengen, he said that in Parshas Bereshis, what's the first thing Hashem creates? Bereshis bar Elokim es Hashemayim v'aretz v'aretz soyu v'avoyu v'choshech v'yomer Elokim yihi yor v'yihi yor. So he asked the Shaila, the light should have been at the end. Why? Because if you look at the system of creation, everything was created so that it should be used. At this point, nobody was benefiting from the light. Monday, there's oceans and brooks and rivers and right? He makes the Havdalah Monday. Tuesday, there's a difference between Yam and Yabasha, so now there's finally earth. There's earth, there's vegetation, there's produce. You need photosynthesis. You can't, without lights, without sunlight, nothing will grow. So on Wednesday, he gives us the sun so sunlight could become, what is it called, glucose, sugar, so everything can grow. Now you have vegetation, so animals can eat, fish can eat, yeah, birds can eat. There's something to eat, so davas to essen. So Thursday, the living organisms come into being. And finally, Friday, there's an Adam. So this light belongs in the later stages of creation. This Ohr, especially Chazal say that this Ohr is not the light of the sun. Like Rabbi Pinson said, it's a special, unique Ohr, Ohr Sheganza, it's Ohr Shenivra. Why is it the first thing? Like, who benefits from it? So the Rebbe said a vart, he said the first creation was not what he created, it was the mission statement. In cutting edge terminology, if you want to create a company or a movement or a website, before anything, mission statement. What do you want to accomplish? Without a mission statement, you'll hack a Chainik for 40 years. Every successful infrastructure needs a mission statement. Why? Because that defines you. Who are you? What do you do? What don't you do? A mission statement is always one sentence. Hashem creates the world, he has to give a mission statement. Why? Maybe you want to tell me why. There was a shikr that we grew up with. His name was Reb Zalman. He was a sophisticated man, but he was drunk 24 hours a day. So he once said a vart. He says, Bereshis bara. So Rashi says right away, Amar Rabbi Yitzchak, lo hayat tzarech. There was really no need for this. A real shikr can say it. This was really a mistake. You created a world. Tell me why. The mission statement. Let me tell you the mission statement. Yihi Ohr. The mission statement is Yihi Ohr. Soll sein lichtig. Your job is light. The Rebbe would quote from the Tzemach Tzedek. There's a Gemara in Baba Metzia, a whole Maisa with payalim, workers, and a boss. About wages, he paid, he didn't pay. So there's an expression about Metzia, Anan poyale di yamama anan, which means we're basically daytime workers in terms of legalities. So the Rebbe said the Gemara, he said, Anan poyale di yamama anan, mirzanin poyale di yamama. We are daytime workers. Unser Arbeit ist zu machen lichtig. We're not nighttime workers. We don't deal with darkness. We let other people deal with darkness. Our job is to generate light. Sadly, the Yetzer Hara sometimes inspires people to throw in darkness. What's the response? More light, more light, more light, more light. Anan poyale diyamamana. Our job is to create light. Vayomer elikim, yihiyar, let there be light. What is that? Why do you need it? Because that's the mission statement. The mission statement is, any moment in life, what's your job? Bring light. So Rabbi Pinson was saying, a paradigm shift. You could live with Gulah, you could live with Mashiach. There's no darkness, yeah? And somebody is sitting at the table and saying, very nice speech. But his son is struggling with terrible demons. And his marriage just fell apart. And Pliny Almighty is dealing with mental crisis in his life. So it's all nice, there's no darkness. Which world are you living in? Redemption doesn't mean that there's being naive to a situation. It means that my focus at this moment is that I am a messenger of Hashem to bring light into this place. I'm never stuck in darkness. I am an ambassador of light. Some of us are sent into very dark places because we have a lot of light. So we're sent into very dark places. I maybe told you once, there's moments that I got from the Rebbe a perspective that changed me. There was a boy who was suffering from homosexual tendencies. Alternative, what is it called? Compulsion to an alternative lifestyle. He felt he can't get married. Unfortunately, this is something that people deal with. I deal with this pretty often, I have to say. Bachrim, yeshiva bachrim from different groups and persuasions and kehillas, communities. This was 1986. And he penned a letter to the Rebbe, a heart-wrenching letter to the Rebbe, about his struggles. The Rebbe's Avos Yisrael, nobody can be Messiah. It wasn't, I still don't understand it. Nudniks, all types. The Rebbe's Avos Yisrael. Now, there are people who have big hearts. There are people with big hearts. But usually they don't have such big minds. There are people who have crazy minds, they don't have big hearts. You'll see, they're genius, they don't have. The Rebbe had a mind that was like beyond. It's like the Alter Rebbe, the Tzemach Tzedek, beyond. But his heart was equal. It's a very unique combination. And they were very balanced. The Rebbe on his own could sit on his own. He would have sat 40 years in a room and read and learned, and nobody would have known about him. That was his plan. He wanted to be an engineer and make an innocent living and do his own thing. But I guess he realized that God has different plans. Like everyone has to realize at some point God has plans. And once he embraced it, he embraced it. But naturally, you should know that the Rebbe was a shy, a very internalized person. He wrote a letter. I once saw a letter. He wrote a letter to the chief rabbi of Bnei Brak, Rabbi Yankel Landau, in 1949. 1949, he wasn't a Rebbe yet. He wrote, Kiyadua, we know each other for many years. Ainli chush ba'askonas tziburis. I got no feel for public activism. I'm just not talented at it. But you do have, so why don't you do things? And I always think myself, for somebody who mamish had no talent for public activism, he didn't do so bad for himself. His mother would have been proud of him. But that was his Mesiras Nefesh. People don't realize, for the Rebbe to be who he was Mesiras Nefesh. But once he realized this is his shlichus, there was no looking back. So I'll call upon him. How did we... The Rebbe's Avos Yisrael to a Jew who needed something was incredible. I heard from his secretary, Benjamin Klein, the Rebbe had a double heart attack in the middle of a kafis, Tavshel Lamed Ches. I was a little kid. In the middle of a kafis dancing, he had one heart attack and then a second one. They didn't think that it was very, very serious. The secretary, Rabbi Groner, came out. He was white like a sheet. They thought that... but the Rebbe survived the heart attack, and he He quadrupled his activities afterwards. In the 80s, it was completely, mamish quadrupled everything. The Rebbe came out with Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach, time to change the whole world, and Mashiach, Gulah, etc. The Rebbe recovered from the heart attack. It took him a very long time. And he stayed in his room. He didn't even go home because it was, to walk wasn't, he stayed in his room from Shmini Atzeres for more than a month. Till Rish Chodesh Kislev, he went home. Till today, they prave it, to Suda Seidor, Rish Chodesh Kislev. The Rebbe went home that year. It was a big thing. So I heard from his secretary, Benjamin Klein, the Rebbe was still in bed a day or two after his heart attack. He calls in Benjamin Klein. He says, tell me, how is this lady doing? Go find out how this lady is doing. There was a woman who recently got divorced, and she had children, and it was a miserable marriage, and it was a miserable divorce. And Benjamin Klein said, imagine a patient who just suffered from this. Was is am gelegen in Kop? It was a woman who wasn't part of his kehillah, not a Lubavitcher, nothing. He said, go find out. I want to know how this woman is doing. So it was a shunadik avos Yisrael that was. So this boy writes a letter to the Rebbe. The Rebbe wrote him back a 3-page letter. I told you, well, the Rebbe was a very non-judgmental person. He had very, very powerful positions, but very empathetic to people. Very empathetic. Empowering, but not judgmental, not dismissive, not denigrating. Empowering, but not denigrating. He wrote back a 3-page letter to this boy, a very beautiful letter. I send it to many, many people who struggle with it because I got hold of the letter. It was a private letter. I took out the name and I use it a lot today. And recently somebody sent me a letter that he wrote to a transgender. In the early 80s, the Lubavitcher Rebbe addressed transgender, 1983. Talk about a person who had vision. 1983. Of course, it's a letter to Berkeley. Berkeley, California. Where else, right? A whole letter about it. Somebody who was suffering with the issue. And they wrote, and the Rebbe gave them a perspective. Also, beautiful letter. But I want to say one thing that he wrote to this boy that startled me. The boy asked him, why did God do this to me? Why did Hashem do it to me? Not a bad question. Why do I have to go through the struggle of these cravings that I have to deal with? So the Rebbe wrote to him, I'm not saying it verbatim, but the content, the theme. I don't know why. This certainly is one of the mysteries of divine providence. Ato yodeya rozei olam. We don't know the secrets of the world. I don't know why you have to go through this. However, I want to share an idea that may be applicable. Sometimes, the Lubavitcher Rebbe writes, a person has inside of their soul the power to change the world. But for the person to be able to get in touch with that inner light and inner secret and own it, they have to be compelled to overcome a major struggle. If not, they'll never be able to discover who they really are. And even if you tell it to them, they'll never own it. I'm reading this and I'm thinking, many people that this bacha would come to, sadly, would dismiss the boy as Yetzirah, just get over it. Learn another Blad Gemara, because they're clueless. Rabbis who are a little more experienced and sensitive will be empathetic to this person. The Rebbe wasn't just empathetic. It was a whole different perspective. This is called Gulah perspective. He didn't see this boy as a tragic figure. Nebuch, and I'll be here for you, and I'll invite you for Shabbos, and whenever I see you, I'll give you a big hug, and I'll call you my holy brother, and I'll give you extra pickles and cake. He didn't see him as a tragic figure. He didn't see him as a victim of some Nebuch. What did he see? He saw him as somebody who has an incredible light that can change the world. And in order to get access to that light, you have to be able to fight and overcome a tremendous struggle so you could learn who you really, really are, and it has to be yours. Not freelance, you have to own it. The only way you can own it is if you manage to work through yourself In other words, from his perspective, your challenge, your crisis is an opportunity. You're not some victim. You're an ambassador of Hashem, sent to very dark places to bring in light there, because your potential is of a different magnitude, and that's why you're sent to places that other people are not sent. Now you could look at your difficulties, not from a place of, I'm a Nebuch case, but from a place of where? Of light, Yihiyar. So every circumstance in life you could see from two perspectives. You could see it from a place of polarities. I'm like, I'm a Nebuch case. Look at this. Look at my marriage. Look at my kids. Look at my house. Look at my parnasa. The Rebbe's hashkafa was, no, open yourself up to the Ohr of Einoid Mulvada, to the Ohr of Gulah. V'hoya Hashem l'melech hakalah, b'emo yi Hashem echad u'shmei echad means there's achdus. There's only light. Elamai. My shlichus is to bring in light to this situation. You never take it personal. You're struggling with one of your children. Anybody? Huh? Anybody? No? Nobody. Okay. Huh? The best of the best. The best that complain jeden Tag. But how do you look at it? Some of us, we take it personal, right? My kid is not giving me nachas. You get upset at your kid. You lose it. Or you get into a depression or you feel like a loser. Vayomer elikim yihi oir. Anan poyele de yamama anan. You are on a mission to bring in light. The circumstances, everyone has different circumstances. But you're not stuck in darkness. And the same is true with your own darkness. There are people sitting in this room who have been through some stuff. I'm not laughing. Huh? Besides that kid, there's another few people in this room. This kid spoke about it, but everybody else doesn't speak about it. K'minhig hayireim v'hashleimim. Wall-to-wall carpets. Everything is under the carpet. These people went through a lot. That's not a question what you had. The question is how you look at it. Do you look at it as Nebuch? You're a failure, you're a loser, you got stuck in darkness, or you look at it from a different perspective. You were sent on a mission to transform situations that nobody ever transformed. You have a gewaldige Ohr to bring into the world. And a light that can reach very, very toxic places. And every moment and opportunity, Hashem says, Yihi Ohr, I want to hear, I want to see your light. Hareini es marayich, hashmiini es koilech, ki koilech orev umarech nova. You know what that means? Hashem says, show me your beautiful face. Let me hear your voice. You have a beautiful voice and a beautiful mara. Another thing that Rebbe could not tolerate is when people did not recognize their potentials. At Nishikent Leiden, when people looked at themselves as incapable and incompetent and losers. He couldn't deal with it. He couldn't understand it. He could understand it, but it was very difficult for him. One of his great mottos is, shine your light, and shine it in the most powerful way, and don't let anything stop you, because that thing that you think wants to stop you is really waiting to be transformed by you too. Verstehst? Du hörst, was ich sag? Hashmiini es koilech, ich mein dir euch. Ich mein dir euch. I'll tell you a scene, probably Rabbi Pinson remembers it also. It was the night of Simchas Torah. I was a bach in yeshiva. Tov Shenun it was. It was the middle of Hakafis. There was a rabbi in East Flatbush, but he was world renowned, Rabbi J.J. Hecht. Remember Rabbi J.J. Hecht? Rabbi Yaakov Yehuda Hecht, NCFJ. He was a big asken. Rabbi J.J. Hecht had a shul in East Flatbush. So after he made a kofis with his shul, I guess, and whatever he did, or he had his pa'ulis or his hudus, whatever he was, he came in the middle of the hakafis to shul, whether it was Shmini Atzeres, Simchas Torah, the middle of the Rebbe's hakafis. He came in, and I didn't see that he came in because I was looking towards the front where they were dancing, where the Sifrei Torah were. But suddenly I see the Rebbe do a gesture that I never saw him do. The Rebbe standing by his place. There's probably those years, I don't know, 8, 9, 10,000 people in a room that legally is supposed to hold 1,500, 2,000 people, hanging from air conditions and beams and ceilings, and if you were to drop a pin, it wouldn't fall, and you could see the vapor, the literally rising. It was quite an experience, and the Rebbe is standing by his place in Mizrach, and they would dance takafis. He would clap and make with his hands, dance to the oilam. And suddenly I see the Rebbe go like this. He throws a kiss, which was not a gesture that you would see by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, at least not in public. In private, I don't know. But not in public, especially Simchas Torah, surrounded by 9,000 chassidim. With a big smile, throws. So I turn around to see who he threw the kiss. I see J.J. Hecht. Yankel Hecht, Rabbi J.J. Hecht, who was a very charismatic person, a big asken. He built a lot of moisdes. He was a very dedicated Jew for Harvatzas HaTorah from the famous Hecht family. And he came in, and he was approaching, and he came to his play where he was standing, and I saw that the Rebbe was looking at him and smiling as he threw him this kiss. I knew that yesh dvarim begoy, there's something here, but I didn't know what. That year, a few months later, Rabbi J.J. Hecht passed away. Suddenly, Tu B'Av in the summer, in camp, he had a camp. He made a camp called Camp Emuna in the Catskills. He passed away. He was a young man, 65. So I thought to myself, right when I heard the news, I thought, ooh, maybe the Rebbe felt that it was the last Simchas Torah. He was very close to the Rebbe. I thought maybe the Rebbe felt it was the last Simchas Torah together in Gashmias. So he threw a kiss. It was like bidding him farewell, so to speak, which was very moving to me. I didn't know, but I just thought I had a flashback. And that was it, life moves on. 2 or 3 years ago, Simchas Torah, I happened to be somewhere for Hakafis, and when I come out, who do I see? Rabbi J.J. Hecht's daughter. So I say, do you remember your father, the year that he passed away? He came into Hakafis, and the Lubavitcher Rebbe, out of the blue, from 10,000 people in the room, threw him a kiss. Do you remember that? It was this night. This happened Tov Shenun. This was a few years ago, so it was, I don't know, like Samach, and around 25 years later. I tell this to his daughter. Her name is Mrs. Abramowitz. She's an Ababa, she's a Ababa. I tell this to her walking out of shul, I meet her. I say, why did the Rebbe kiss your father? Why did he throw this kiss? Do you think it's really because he passed away that year? She says, no. So I say, what? She says, you don't know? I said, no, how am I supposed to know? I got no ruach. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? She says, let me tell you what happened. Her father finished Hakafis in the meal in East Flatbush. She had a kehillah there. And then he said he wants to go do Hakafis to the Rebbe. So I walked with him from his house in East Flatbush to Crown Heights. It's not such a long walk. What is it? A few miles to go to 775 Hakafis. On the way, my father tells me that after Yankel Hecht was a Hecht, a workaholic. He didn't stop working. He was a big worker. He worked and worked. He had a lot of moistus and a lot of pressure. And so he barely slept. He had a famous radio program that he did, WEVD, for many years. Shema Yisrael program. He was a mache. He was a tour. He did you're familiar with Release Time program, the Release Time program. He did, this was an idea of the Rebbe Rayatz, that the Rebbe, it was an unbelievable idea. Public schools allow 1 hour of religious instruction. Understand this. So in the 1940s, the Frierdiker Rebbe, the Rayatz, chapt sich on, and at one point they had 50,000 Jewish kids learning every mitvach shah. They called it mitvach shah, the Wednesday hour, the mitvach shah. 50,000 kids in public learning Yiddishkeit. And this, the Yankel Hecht started with the shlichus of the Rebbe Rayatz, and the Rebbe continued all the years, Adayoy Mazah, till today. Wednesday, Bachim go out to teach for an hour. It's public school kids. Fascinating program. It's not even known to most people, but that's how the Rebbe thought. The public. So he ran the program for dozens of years, And the Rebbe was very appreciative of that particular program because of how much Yiddishkeit it brought to people, to kids. You would never reach them because they wouldn't come to Jewish schools, either because of secularism or because of tuition, or a combination. He's walking to Hakafis. She tells this to me 25 years later. And he tells his daughter, I had a crazy dream. What's the dream? After the lunch, after Sudas Yom Tov, Shmini Atzeres, I was exhausted. I sat down on the couch, I was learning, and of course I fell asleep. And during my nap, I had a dream. And in the dream, I see the Rebbe. He's telling this to his daughter. And I have this taiva, he says, Ich will kuschen dem Rebbe. I want to kiss the Rebbe, but there's a problem. Chassidim don't kiss the Rebbe. It's not the minig by Chassidim. Chassidim don't kiss the Rebbe. In Lubavitcher, they didn't even shake a hand. By others, you shake a hand. Lubavitcher, when the bells of Rebbe Shlita came to the Rebbe, so all the bells of Chassidim were there with the hands stretched out. So I remember the Rebbe said that by us it's not the minig, but the cover, the choshev agas, the bells are ruv, velich geben shalom. Because in bells it's a big thing, megit shalom. In Lubavitcher wasn't even given shalom, but a kiss. You don't kiss. So Yankelech says, I'm in the dream, I see the Rebbe, I want to kiss him, but Chassidim don't kiss. So I decided I'm going to ask him permission. So I went over to the Rebbe and I said, do I have your permission to give you a kiss? He said, I didn't wait for an answer. I went over and I kissed the Rebbe in the dream. I didn't wait for an answer. It was too strong. My love was too... I went over and I kissed him. I woke up from the dream. He walks into 770. Mwah. The Rebbe returned this kiss. She told me she heard this from her father before the Rebbe returned the kiss. She knew about the dream on the way to Shul. It wasn't after. She knew the story before. He walked in. Returned. That's the hiskashras, the ava of a Rebbe to a chassid and a chassid to a Rebbe. These things don't die. The Rebbe Rayat said, in ruchnius is nishtak in avar. In real spirituality, there's no such a thing as the past. You understand? If it's real, if it's alikus, it's forever. So Mela, this is a zman of connection to the Ohr, connection to the kedusha, to the tara, to the Ohr of the Rebbe, the Baal Hailula. Those who have the ability in the next few days, it's kedai to go with your family to the Rebbe's Tzion, to daven over there to Hashem for what you need. It's kedai, especially these days, or even those who can, obviously. But it's bechlal days in which a person could seize the opportunity. Wherever you are, whatever, it's not negay if you wear Barcelona or you wear Streimel or you wear a baseball cap or you don't wear a hat at all. It's irrelevant, your background and where you come from. This is not about a party of one kehillah, one. The whole Indian of the Rebbe was mamish avos Yisrael, every Jew without difference. And that's what Jews are yearning for. They're yearning for truth, emes, the pnimius of Yiddishkeit, the pnimius of Chassidus. To be meisef in Torah, to be meisef in Avodah, to be meisef in Gemilas Chsadim and Tzedakah, to be meisef in avos Yisrael, to be meisef in Shalom Bayis, to be meisef in your own relationship with yourself, with your nefesh alakis, your relationship with the world. That's the greatest tribute to this Ohr that the whole Jewish world is looking for. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Huh? Special, huh? I heard this from her mouth. Simchas Torah at night. I have to be moida. I have to admit, I was a little suspicious. I thought maybe after the Rebbe kissed him, suddenly there's a dream. You know how it works with Chassidish Amaisis. I said, you heard about this dream after or before? I was just, maybe I was projecting. I don't mean to, I wasn't, maybe I was just projecting for my own stuff. I don't mean to be judgmental of anybody. So she says, you call over my husband. He was walking with me. Don't talk to me. Call over my husband. Ask him what my father said that day during the walk. Abramowitz, yeah. Shlomo Leib Abramowitz. So the Shver said, said after Akofas, they walked home. Yankel Ech tells, he says, I knew that the Rebbe knew what I thought. I didn't know he knows what I dream about. Das mich nicht gewusst. Als der Rebbe kennt Acholem. Machshavas Meila. Tzaddik knows Machshavas. But my Chaloimus he knows. Huh? That year he left the world. Huh? I once heard from Shlomo Lekalbach. Not a bad word. I heard from Shlomo Lekalbach. He said like this. He said an interesting thing. He said, how long does it take two friends to open up to each other? Yeah? There are chevra I know for 10, 20 years. I still don't know anything about them. Even your therapist who you're going to for 11 years, I promise you he doesn't know how much money you have in your savings account. MS? Right? You tell him everything, because for Americans, how much money you have is more confidential than intimacy. Do you know that? How much money you have? We're talking about guys who have money. If you have $68 in the bank account, then I know you tell your therapist and everybody else. Yeah. I asked my sister, she's in Manhattan. Her husband is there. I said, how are you doing with Parnassa? She says, when we came here, there's Chabad Shluchim on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Her name is Chani, so she's a smart girl. So I say, how are you doing with money? So she says, we came here, we started off with nothing, and we're still left with most of it. So, but I'm talking about somebody who has, you don't tell, there's secrets you don't tell anybody, okay? And then there's other stuff. It takes a long time to trust somebody to be able to really think out loud. So Shlomo Kalbach says an interesting thing. He saw people would come to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. They never met him before. They were in his room for 5 minutes, and they said everything. Everything. They wrote on a note, or they said everything that happens in their bedroom, everything, anything. How does this happen? How does this happen? So on one level, it's trust, obviously. It's trust. So he said one thing, I want to add something else. He said, Shlomo Lekalbach said, I heard this from him. He said, because when you came into the Rebbe, you felt Evesis shine. He knows it already. It's fine. You're not going to be Mechadish Pisim and Hamsis. If it's Tzaddik, everybody else thinks you are. He knows them. But I want to say one more detail, and maybe even deeper. Because the first thing is not something that everybody can relate to. We don't know people's thoughts. But the second thing we could learn from. You knew that whatever you tell the Rebbe, he will not give up on you, and it will not diminish the quality of the relationship. And we all know in a marriage, that's the key. If you know that you could be open with your spouse could be open with you, and they're not going to judge you. Oh, I always knew he was an idiot, schmegegi, lowlife. It doesn't mean the Rebbe wouldn't be pained by what he hears, but it means there's nothing you can tell him that will make him feel, why in the world should I ever look at this person again? Nothing. He may tell you something that you have to hear that's not so pleasant. If he's a good teacher, that's what you do. But not with a sense of, such a person you'll tell anything to. We should strive to be such people for our friends, for our spouses, for our children, for other Jews. And what does that come from? It comes from a deep understanding of human nature and a deep understanding of the godliness that's always there. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. Shalom, verstehst was tut sich? Huh? Verstehst the chilek from Gulah and Gulah? Huh? Huh? But here, yeah? The mission statement. The mission statement. Huh? Find the zone. The mission statement. Yehiyar, 2 words, Yehiyar. Bring Lichtigkeit. Separate. This is Wednesday, this is Sunday. This is Sunday, this is Wednesday. Last time we Fabrengen Shvat, people asked a lot of questions, very interesting questions. You remember? Rabbi Pinson answered the questions. A lot about guilt and all these stuff. And tonight he also said that guilt is a terrible thing. And some people grew up that guilt, that's everything. Yir Shemayim equals guilt. Avos Hashem equals guilt. Learning equals guilt, right? Shabbos, Yom Tov, Yom Kippur, never mind once Elul hits. Mamish, das ist guilt. Und da sitzt da jed. Da sitzt da jed und macht up guilt. So this is something that really triggered a lot of questions last time. Yud Shvat when we sat here. So I'm just opening the floor. Anybody can ask their questions. You could text me. You don't have to ask. If you're shy, even though we spoke about Harenius Marayach, but if somebody is shy, you could text the questions. If you don't want to text them to me because you think I'm going to judge you, you could text them to Moishala. He doesn't judge anybody. Right? We're working on it. We're working on it. Welche Meise? Mit der Bacherl? Okay. You're asking a good question. In the Ohr HaGulah, you don't have to overcome. Don't overcome. We're still waiting for Mashiach. No. Das da bias am Mashiach, as Mashiach kommt und leist uns Jiden und man kommt in Eretz Yisrael und man baut a Beis Hamikdash v'chuli. That didn't happen yet. Man greit sich, a chakeloi, man hofft, man gläubt, but it didn't happen yet. Sadly, the world is still a place that needs a lot of healing and a lot of light. But there's a life in which you start living with a consciousness of Gulah. When you're still in Galus, you live with a consciousness of Gulah, and it's a different life. And in the last years of the Rebbe's life, he spoke a lot about this. He said many times that the avodah of Birurim is over. I heard this from his mouth. And today the avodah is to open your eyes and see things from a Geuladic perspective. What does this mean? It means I have struggles. There's people here who are dealing with heavy addictions. Tell them there's no darkness. You know what's going to happen? There's people who are dealing with a lot of challenges: physical, financial, psychological, emotional, spiritual, social, marital, families, children. I mean, there's a lot of people sitting here. I know a few of you a little bit. I don't know your bank accounts, but and you don't have to tell me. You could just give once in a while, but you don't have to tell. You don't have to give me the cheshbon. Ase b'shvil shetasasha. But the question is the attitude, and it makes a very big difference. I'll tell you a word from the Moir Einayim, the Heilige Moir Einayim, Reb Menachem Mendel from Vitebsk. I'm sorry, Reb Nachum Chernobyler. The Heilige Reb Nachum Chernobyler writes, we did a shir once on this, Moir Einayim Parshas Vayishlach. The Gemara says in Yuma, Habol Tayer Messiah Loi, Habol Tomei. If you come to be cleansed, they help you from heaven. If you come to contaminate yourself, they open the doors for you. Pashtus, it means Hashem is not going to help you sin, but he opens the doors. In other words, he won't stop you. If a Jew wants to be metame himself, you want to contaminate yourself, he'll open the door. Right? Says the Moirei Nayim. That's not what it means. It means much deeper. And the Moirei Nayim is the one who says, Oz Yemoli Schoik Pinu, right, is only if it's Oz. But if you're living now with Gulah, you could be very happy. So it's connected. Habolit Tame Paischenle, he says like this, listen to this. Habolit Tame. When somebody comes to be metame himself, meaning he has a machshava, a thought, or an addiction, or a habit, or an instinct that's going to contaminate him. Let's say anger, jealousy, hatred, depression, despair, losing it, becoming disintegrated, giving up on yourself or on your family or on your relationships. Habolitame. Or other forms of immoral stuff that this person wants to do. Habolitame. It's here. It's inviting him. It's inviting him. Poischin loy. A Jew has to know that this very machshava, this is his Pesach, this is his door, lahasig ruach hakodesh. Pischuli shari. We said today in the morning. Pischuli shari tzedek. What's the pischuli shari tzedek? How does God open up the door for you? Habolitame. What does this mean? What does this mean? It means this. This instinct that just came into my brain, I could look at it in two ways. I could look at it as what? I'm such a horrible person. Look what I got to deal with. Or this is an invitation for me to reach a place in life that I couldn't have reached without it. This will bring me awareness that I've never would have had. And when I work it through, when I confront it, either I push it away, I sublimate it, I transform it, I ignore it, but I never repress it or deny it. I give it its place, and I utilize it for its ultimate purpose. What is its ultimate purpose? To bring me to a place of Ruach HaKodesh, to bring me to a place of wholeness. Suddenly, what did you see here? This wasn't an obstacle. It was a tremendous opportunity. Without it, you would have never been able to reach this place. And that changes everything. A person is running a marathon. You ever ran the marathon? Yartzeit. When I were together with me. He's running a marathon. Suddenly, he sees a fence. He sees a barrier, right? There's three types of Jews. One Jew starts screaming, calls his lawyer, sues the company, goes on an ad campaign, closes them down, and wants to find the Nazis and the anti-Semites who built it because he shouldn't win them. That's one type of Jew. Another type of Jew looks, oh my God, this is crazy, these lowlifes. But I gotta win. And he goes, he runs around, he finds a way, shite, doesn't get in his ball. This is already a much more elevated place. Instead of dealing with fighting for the next 3 years you're in court, you become stronger. Yeah. First thing is called netzach. Second thing is called hoid. But then there's a third midah. What's the third midah? He comes to the barrier and he says, oh wow, I didn't realize that part of the marathon is to jump over fences. Jumps over and he goes. You see the difference? For the first two, there was a real obstacle in my life. Either I fight for the rest of my life or I just become stubborn inside, which are both have their moments. In the third level, I don't have obstacles. This is part of my marathon. This is part of my mission. And I don't take it personal. Nobody's here to put me down. Nobody's here to destroy me. No. I was sent exactly this. This is my journey. This is a beautiful journey. And if I don't jump over it, I'm not reaching my destination. If I wouldn't be here, I'm not doing the marathon. I'm doing something else. This is it. Now, it's not always easy. And we don't always understand why this person's marathon has this type of fence and this person's marathon. Rosh Hashanah, my father told me, Zechron L'Racha, Rosh Hashanah, I think it was Tavshin Yud Zayin, there was no tashlich in 770, there was no water there. So they used to walk to Brooklyn Botanical Gardens. You know the Botanical Gardens for tashlich. It's a beautiful pond there. It's a very nice, the Botanical Gardens. Beautiful pond there with fish. They used to go for tashlich. Now then, Crown Heights was full of Jews. It's not later there was a migration. From Bronzeville till Bedford-Stuyvesant was all Jews, mostly secular Jews. And the Rebbe with hundreds of Chassidim would go on a little parade on Rosh Hashanah, right, after Mincha, from 770 to Brooklyn Botanical Gardens. It's like a 20-minute walk or so, right, all the way down to the park. And they would sing Nigunim, and all the Jews would come out to watch. It was a very beautiful scene. Rosh Hashanah, I think Tavshin Yud Zayin it was pouring rain, but not just pouring rain like, those downpours when you go out for like 5 seconds and you come back, you're drenched. When the Borsalino dye starts dripping on your face and it becomes black. It was not stam a mabel. It was a mabel, a real mabel. But the Rebbe went on Talucha, they came to Brooklyn Botanical Gardens, and the downpour increased. They come, and the guy who was working there was normal. So he assumed that nobody is coming to the Brooklyn Botanical Gardens today. He, of course, didn't know about Lubavitch. So he called it a day, and he checked out. He'll be home early, 2 hours early, 3 hours early. The Rebbe comes. The gate is locked. There's no way to get in. Tashlich. No, was tut man? So the Rebbe gave his siddur to somebody, and without hesitation, the Rebbe started to climb. And everybody's hundreds of people out there were elderly Yidden there in their 80s, old Chassidim. The Rebbe started to climb himself, climbed the top, jumped over, was down. And he's waiting for the oilam. And everybody climbed over. Everyone climbed over. Some people, it wasn't easy, but everybody climbed over. They said tashlich, pouring. The Rebbe with this embodied something. It wasn't just the tashlich, it was the tashlich also. Ufaratsta yamav akeid matzafayin of a negba. Barriers are only in your own mind. The Baal Shem Tov says, Machshava ein galus u geula ela bedas. Galus is das and geula is das. In my mind I'm in exile, and in my mind I'm redeemed. In your mind there's barriers, and in your mind there's no barriers. This is it. And everybody knows that when you're in the presence of the Rebbe, you came out and you looked at yourself as a different person. Because the Rebbe really believed in the koyach habli gvul in people. He made you feel it. You came out of an encounter with the Rebbe and you cast away forever your inner sense of mediocrity. Your inner sense of shiflus was cast away. He just didn't see people that way. And therefore, he let you see in yourself what he saw in you. And that was a tremendous quality. And that's the answer to your question. Many of us have struggles. But to overcome those struggles, we are much more empowered and much happier when we do it with a simcha. How do you do it with a simcha? When you never feel like you're a victim of the darkness and somehow God is punishing you and you're a horrible person and you're stuck. You're never stuck. You heard the word from the Meshech Chacham. You're never stuck. You're shlucha shel adam k'moisa. Says the Balatanya, L'Kudat Torah Parshas Vayikra, who's the Adam? The Shlomo Devest. Adam Alya. Shlucha shel Adam Alya and K'moisa. God has barriers. He doesn't have barriers. You're a shliach. The Gemara says in Maseches Shavuos, Eved Melech. When you're an Eved of the Melech, you are the Melech. Melech Peiritz Geder. Who am I? I'm nobody, but I'm an Eved Melech. He chose me as his conduit. The more you're in an ego place, the more you get stuck. The more you say, I'm a conduit for Hashem. It's not me, Eved Melech. Then you are the Melech. Because it's not you, it's the Melech who shines through you. So your kid makes this comment to you, and we sometimes get so flustered and overwhelmed and angry. take a deep breath always. Kaila neshama, take a deep breath. And then realize you're a conduit to polish this diamond. That's what you are. You're a conduit to bring out the best in this diamond. And that's what you're going to do. With positivity, with faith, with conviction. Always positivity. Doesn't mean there's no challenge. Doesn't mean there's no struggle. It doesn't mean there's nothing that I don't say, you know, God, why don't, what's the expression over there? We're the chosen people. Why don't you choose somebody else? You know, there are ambassadors to Canada, July 4th. There are ambassadors, America to Canada, ambassadors to Afghanistan. It's easier to be an ambassador in Canada than an ambassador in Afghanistan. You have to, for ambassador in Afghanistan, with Afghanistan, some people have such oil in them that they're sent on a shlichus that other people are not sent. So you say, "Loi meduvshich v'loi meyuktzich." I don't need your honey and I don't need your bee bite. Okay, these are big questions of how the whole world, how the whole cosmos runs, and Pinson maybe will tell us about all the shittus and this, how the cosmos runs. And you'll have the Ramchal, and you'll have the Vilna Gaon, and you'll have all the Mekabolim, and all the Bali Machshava, and Bali Ashkafa, and we still at the end don't understand everything. But the question I have to ask now is, where am I right now? And that's a choice. Either I see myself in a hashkafa of verkwetschtkeit, and guilt, and negativity, and toxicity, what we call that galus, or I see myself from a place of Gulah. Either I look at myself and I say, I'm a chelik eloikam imal mamish, and I'm now a shliach of God to do whatever I got to do. Now it's this, and tomorrow it's this. Al pi Hashem yisrael, al pi Hashem yachanu. Command the kviya lehudami. Right? The Gemara. Command the kviya. I'm always in the same place. I'm good. Al pi Hashem yisrael. You're not detached. This is not detachment. This is more attachment. With this attitude, you can be attached to everything. You don't have to run away from anything. You can look it in the eyes because you're not afraid. And the most important person not to be afraid of is yourself and your emotions. We have emotions that scare us. We're afraid to talk about them. We're afraid to deal with them. Never be afraid of any emotion. You're bigger than your emotions. The emotions are just part of your shlichus. They're your path to awareness. Habalit tamei poischen loy. You can have the ugliest emotion in the world, yeah? You would tell it to the Rebbe, yeah, and you would think he would like, ooh. Poischen loy. Das ist echt bahashgacha. You're dealing with this. This is exactly your path. This is going to bring you awareness. This will bring you depth. Don't surrender. Don't surrender to it. Don't fall prey to it. That's the opposite. That's not Yiddishkeit. That's the Yetzer Hara. The Yetzer Hara wants, don't fall prey to it. Realize, this is my nisayon. The Rebbe would always say, nisayon is from Lashon. Nes, miracles. From another Lashon. Arim nisi ala harim. It's a pasuk in Yeshaya. A nes is, next week's parasha, Chukas, v'sim oisay al nes. What's a nes? An elevated place, a banner, an elevated banner. Nisayon, yeah, ki menasa Hashem alekechem eschem. He tests you, he elevates you. Ladas, you should be able to have das. Every nisayon is an opportunity for an elevation and for a miracle. That's what it is. In order for me to be able to create miracles, I have to, like Rabbi Pinson said, I have to be able to make that miracle in myself, not get stuck. Now, please don't take this as a lack of empathy. This is not about a lack of empathy. It's like, it's nothing. No, it's big stuff. It's about empowerment, not a lack of empathy. Sometimes part of the shlichus is to cry. Right, Peter spoke about two types of crying. There's a crying of despair, and there's a crying of pain. Some things are very emotional. Mayim tachtoinim boichem. Boichem Rosh Tevis, Baruch Kvoid Hashem Mimkaima. Who says that? Arizal? Reb Nachman? Really? Oh. Boichem, Baruch Kvoid Hashem Mimkaima. You hear? Boichem, I'm crying. Baruch Kvoid Hashem Mimkaima. Not Mimkaima from his place, from your place. Wherever you are, is Baruch Kvod Hashem Kaimai. Mayim Tachtoinim Boichim. Baruch Kvod Hashem Kaimai. I'm not Mayim Al Yoinim. Sometimes there's pain in the world. Before the Tikkun HaGomor, there's pain. But those tears are not tears of despair. It's tears of looking at the reality. And some realities are very emotional. There is pain in the universe. There's, So tetvei. So klaren a bissel oder nicht. Kannst fragen der Rov, auf schaut andere Oisius zum Asbeza. He said, you were saying no choshech, no choshech. He said, everybody's dealing with choshech. You say no darkness. He says people are overcoming dark instincts that they have. He says, like this boy who had this terrible taiva, which is against her. So he has to overcome it. So what does it mean there's no choshech? He's not in a state of Gulah. He's in a state where he has terrible taivas from the Yetzer Hara. So what are you suggesting to this boy?
I think what it means. Pshat is. I think the pshat is. Oh, so this is a teretz to this question.
Huh?
You were speaking as a teretz to this question.
Yeah. I was explaining the question. Shailas Chacham is Chatzi Tshuva, yeah?
Everything has both, we'll call it an oisius, simple oisius, or has a chomer and a tzura. Has the chomer is the actuality of the thing, the thing itself. And then there's the tzura, which is the form, is how we relate to that thing. Everything in this world, the chomer itself, is not what is dark. That's not the choshech. It's our relationship, our narrative, our story, the way we connect with it, creates the choshech. Let's say you're having a physical problem, let's say, with parnasa. Okay, it's not such a big choshech, but let's say you're having an issue with parnasa. The issue of parnasa itself, the chomer of the issue of parnasa, what's that? It's not choshech. Yeah. For some people, there's a big choshech. So there's the issue of the parnasa itself. It's a geitnish. You invest, it's a geitnish, you lose money. That in itself is not oir, it's not choshech. It's your relationship to that story or to that event that is either oir or choshech. You relate to it as something, Why? I understand. So what? You can't pay the bill. No, I don't want to get, because that's a drastic analogy, but let's say you can't pay a bill. So mail or what? And then what? And then what? You have to move to a smaller house.
And then what?
And then what? No, so I'm saying
Your kids are thrown out of school. And then what? They come home. They machen their meshigah. And then what? You go to a psychiatrist.
No. Well, that's good. Let's go to this thing. No matter how bad you're going to get the story, now, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not for any 1 second saying this is an easy story. No matter how bad you get the story, it's always going to be your relationship to the story that's the choshech. So let's say, theoretically, yes, you have to move upstate and you have to teach your own kids and light your own fire. I'm not saying that's a nice story, but it could be.
He's getting excited. That's what he wants.
It could be that's the story that you want, and that could be fine. Elamai, you have a certain expectation of how you want your life to look. You want your kids to be in a school that you pay $5,000. You want the house to be 5,000 square feet, and you want the house to be cool in the winter. And I'm not saying you shouldn't want it. That's not the nekuda. The nekuda is how we relate to that story is the oir or the choshech of the matzav. You're following? No matter what, everything, even chas v'shalom, sickness, and every single matzav in the bria let's ask the Shaila a little fakert. When there's something that's a chaser das, let's say there's a tree that's dying. Is the tree really dying? It's dying like a person dies. Same thing, a tree has a lifespan and it dies. But since there's no consciousness to know that it's dying, it doesn't really die. It does physically die, but there's no pain in dying. If you look in the Ramban at the beginning of Bereshis, when he talks about the Eitz Hadas and Eitz Chaim, it says that when a person eats from the Eitz Hadas, then it's going to be that you're going to die. So the Rambam brings a shittas from the Chikira. He doesn't say that he actually argues with it, but he brings the first opinion. He says like this, that Adam Rishon was a Nivra. And a Nivra, by definition, has a beginning, and therefore, by definition, has an end. Everything that's a Nivra is not Nitzchi. If it's a Nivra, it means it has a beginning, therefore it has an end. So he says, even Koydem Achet, Adam Achava were going to die. So what does the Torah say? You're going to eat from the Eitz Das Toivera. You're going to have Das. You're going to have awareness. Now you're going to know that you're going to die. You were going to die anyways. Now you know you die. Now it's painful. But if you don't know you're going to die, or if you're a tree that doesn't know it's dying, or if you're something that's not a sentient being, something that's conscious, you don't have the fear or the anxiety or all the other things that are connected with this thing. Yes. So in other words, everything mitzad the choimer itself is amoral. There's no toiv and there's no ra. It's everything in the bria before the Adam ate from Eitz Hadas toiv ra is just the Eitz Chaim. It's the Eibish's bria. This is the Eibish's bria. Every created the world without das. Das is the key that opens up ourselves up to the joy of life, and also opens up ourselves to the pain of life. We suffer and we have joy because we have das. The das allows us to have a relationship to this issue. And therefore, according to our das, we have either positive experiences, good experiences we call toiv, or we have negative experiences we call choshech and darkness. Chaps? In other words, so it's not pshat when the Torah of Abal Shem, when he says that this taka, that the whole nekuda of Golus and Gulah is through das. And when we spoke about before about the Ohr that the Rebbe revealed, the Ohr Gulah, which the Rebbe spoke about in the last few years of his life very, very strongly, that Mashiach is schon da, schon geendet avodas habirurim, man darf noch öffnen die Augen, so zugeputzt, the Klaplach, all these oisias, it's over. What do you mean? But it's not over, and I'm still struggling with pain and suffering and bills and children and nachas. Emes, change your perspective. And this is the kunst. This is the trick. The moment you change your perspective and say taka, that it actually is oir, and you can recognize the gula in it, that it's already shleimus, that's the moment you let go of the anxiety, and that's the moment the bracha comes. Because we hold up chef on our life. The reason why we hold up the chef on our life is because we have mishugana tsuras that we create. I need exactly this amount of money. Wer sagt? Who says? So your whole life, let's say a person let's say a person is working, and they decide, okay, everyone told me as a bacher, as a young kid, I'm a chaverman, you're going to make money. Okay, so then you start believing the story, and you're 25, you're going to work, and you're not making money. And you're not such a chaverman, by the way. But that's the story you told yourself. Maybe you were supposed to be, maybe you're supposed to learn. How do you know? I have a personal story, but I don't want to say who he was with. But the Rebbe was once in Yechidus with a certain family member of mine. And the Rebbe told this person, they were Chas and Kal, the Rebbe told this person, the husband should go and become a dayan. So the Kala said, I know this guy. He's not shaykh to learn. He's a chaverman, and he's at this, he's a doer. He was like a head counselor in camp. He was like, he should go to, the Rebbe said, okay, if the Vils Panas is all again, Like if that's what you want, Zolzai. And the Rebbe said the Shver should pay him, he should go learn. She said, the Shver doesn't have money. It's okay, you know what, you want to go work. He never made a dime in his life. Superficially, the guy is a Chaverma, he's loud, everyone thinks, whoa, Chaverma. He's not. So he would be better at dying. Shat is you have to know yourself, and you have to know what is the tzura that you really need, and what's the tzura that you don't need. And sometimes we get verchapt in certain das that is not MSR das. What's Golas das? That the in Mitzrayim, so it says in Kisvarim, based on the Zohar, that there was a Golas das. The Arizal speaks about Klippas das. What's Klippas das? What's Klippas das? Klippas das, das is v'yodam yoda, it's ischabros. Klippas das means you mischaber to narishkeit. You connect yourself with the stupidity. So this is the way I should be. Verzokt. That's Klippas das. That's Haman, that's Amalek. You decided this is the way I should be. You need Emes das, you need Reina das, you need das of Kedusha. And
Verstehst?
And the chiluk between Golus and Gulah is taka in das. How am I relating to my life? So once you open yourself up, and this is what the Baal Shem says, that v'anoichi aster, when you're makir that there's anoichi in the hastara, there's no longer hastara. Once you're makir, once you have an understanding that maybe my das is wrong, maybe this is not the job that I should be working in, maybe this is not the sugya that I should be learning, maybe this is not the shul that I should be davening in, verzokt. Maybe it was until this point, but now you outgrew it. People grow. You evolve, you have new akara, new moichen. Now you have to move into another thing. Maybe till 40 years old you have to be a gvir, and now from 40 to 80 you have to sit and learn. Or the opposite. How do you know? And the Eibusha sometimes sends you signs after sign after sign and says, this is not working, this is not working. So maybe you have to look for something else. The first thing you have to do is you have to liberate your das. You have to have a Gulah Sadas. Gulah Sadas means, I don't want to be stuck to this story anymore. I want to see the Bashefer, I want to see the Ohr in this matzav. I want to miskasha. Any situation I'm in my life, I want to see how I miskasha myself with the Eibishter. Think about the Eibishter the whole day. It's gone simple. We have to make Hashem's presence real. Not just when we daven in shul, not just when you learn, not just when you do a chesed. Every single moment that you're having an experience in this world, every single experience you can actually direct it to Hashem. Everything. I'm feeling sad, Hashem, I'm feeling sad. I'm feeling happy, Hashem, I'm feeling happy. Thank you for making me feel sad. Thank you for allowing me to feel. Every single, and if you enter into dialogue, not monologue, dialogue, because the Eibusha is always talking to us. The Eibusha is constantly talking to us. The only reason why the Sasemes, the Moridik Sasemes and Lech Lecha, someone says that why was Avraham Avinu chosen? Why was he chosen? Moshe Rabbeinu, the Torah tells us clear. What was his criteria? What made Moshe Rabbeinu great? We know Moshe Rabbeinu was a defender of the oppressed. He stood up when an Egyptian was hitting a Jew. We see that he was even a stand-up for people that he didn't even know when the Roy Etzoin were against the daughters of Yisrael. The Torah gives him like a story, a backstory. The Torah doesn't tell us why Avraham Avinu was chosen. What's up? Why Avraham? Why not Terach? What did Avraham Avinu do? What was his backstory? Okay, so the Medrash has a whole story where he came from, what he learned, and okay, we know the story, but how come the Torah doesn't say? So the Sfasaba says that Be'emes, from the beginning of the Bria, the Eibusha is always speaking to people, saying, the Eibusha is always saying this. Avram Avinu was the first person to hear it.
Ah.
He heard it. Hashem is always talking to us. We're not listening. You wake up in the morning and the sun is shining, the Eibush is talking to you. It's raining, the Eibush is talking to you. You wake up in the morning on your left side, the Eibush is talking to you. Your right side, the Eibush is talking to you. Your wife says this, the Eibush is talking to you.
She's the Eibishter.
Avada. She's not the Eibush. But that's the Shechina. That's the Shechina. You want to know what the Shechina is telling you? Ask your wife. She'll tell you exactly what the Shechina is telling you.
And what if your wife says, I want to divorce you? No, very important question. You didn't listen yesterday, but what do you do today?
No, this is a shaila. So this is a real shaila. It's not only a divorce, chas v'shalom. It's a real serious thing. Because what happens if the Eibush is telling you that you can't continue? So then you always have to daven. You always need siyat in the shema. Ma yasa adam v'is asher. The Gemara says so. Yasek b'mischer. It says harba asku b'mischer v'lo yasa b'yadam. So it says yarba b'tefillah. So yarba b'tefillah. So why do you have to yarba b'mischer? You have to do both. You have to daven and you have to work, right? You have to do always both. So tefillah besides everything besides. Then you have to know if you exhausted all possibilities. You have to know that. You have to have das to know if you're in a situation. We don't want to talk about divorce, but let's say you're in a situation. What's a getnish? Try to figure out b'das with shikla das, or ask someone that has, there's a moed gevort from the Baal Shem. It says that if a person wants to give himself self-advice, how do you give advice to yourself? Because the best advice that you get is really from yourself. Kloyes yoyitzes, the kloyes of a person giving the best advice. The Rizal says you should mechaven, not shiva sheteinik v'hashoyin, it'll be shofet. Okay, that's pshat. But the shoftenu and the yotzenu is a shofet b'soichoy. It's chachma bin and das. This is the spheres that you have mechaven that your das should be. The yoyetz, the das should be correct. You should have correct yoyetz in it. How do you know? But your adam karvel itzlatzma. Person's close to himself. So how do you know if you give yourself the right das? So Hashem says, imagine you're giving this same advice to another person. Someone comes over to you and says, "This is my life. What should I do?" I know it's a little hard because it's you, but if you can imagine yourself in the same situation, what would you tell another person? And you'll be surprised. Sometimes you realize, it's like a good advice. Why am I doing this nonsense? I should listen to myself. What would if someone comes to you, I'm trying this again, what would you tell another person? So you exhaust all this. Whatever the matzav is, then you'll be able to have das. So the das is actually the nekuda, and there's a lashon in the Baal Shem. It told us in the Degel that hadasu advekus. The das advekus. When a person has correct das, when a person has correct understanding, correct awareness of this world, and what is correct das? A das, like everyone was speaking, we're talking in this barichas, the das that you're talking about, that you're shliach ebisha, not poli mamanon. It's not true. That's a tachlis. I'm here to serve the ebisha, not to serve my ego, not to serve my story. I'm here to. I'm here to say the Eibish's Tehillah. Rashi writes, Amzu Yatzarti Tilosin Saperu. So Rashi, Amzu Yatzarti Bishvil Tilosin Saperu. That's the tachlis of a yid. The whole tachlis of a yid is Tilosin Saperu. We should say the Eibish's covenant in this world. We should bring the Kvot Shemayim in this world. That's what we're created. So when we're created in the story, that's my tachlis. That's my das. I have to know, is this the right thing to do, or that's the right thing to do? But if I have the kavana, and I have the intention, and I have the das, I can strip the tzura and the chomer from each other. It's not one mitzias. It's not true. There's pain and there's suffering. They're two separate things. Pain is when someone slaps you, you feel pain. Suffering is the narrative. Why did the person slap me? Now I feel bad. That's a different mitzias. That's a tzura. Tzura is the place of das. You can have the tzura, you cannot have the tzura. You can have a good tzura, a better tzura, a worse tzura. You can have a galus tzura. The galus tzura is I'm fazetzt. I have a big Yetzirah. I call him a chaver, Yitzir Gadol, and ich meine, ich bin der einzige Sacher in Moscow. They used to say it was a Yiddish expression. that I heard this from Isaiah a few times. He said, what's always to tell him that he has a big Yitzhak. He says, the main is Einzke Zacher in Moscow. You think you're the only male in Moscow? What, you have the biggest Yitzhak? Everyone has a ganz fine Yitzhak. It's not you. My off. You would know my tivus. Okay, listen, you're a regular small person, but me, ho ho. Everyone has their own issues and their own tivus and their own issues. But the shaila is, how do you relate to it? Do you relate to it that I am part of the problem, or I have a problem? It's a whole different conversation. If you say I am the problem, then taket du versetzt. I'm choshech and I'm being a little lord, and I'm being weiter ord, a little more choshech, and your life is going to be back and forth, and you're going to be left in golus. If you want to be Gulah-dik, Mashiach-dik, not avodas habirurim. Avodas habirurim is one avodah, and we did it. And Klal Yisrael did it very, very nicely. And Baruch Hashem, we reached the point that we should endik avodas habirurim. This is what Tzaddik Ador said. This is not a simple thing. It means that the avodas habirurim, the way we're supposed to look at Torah and mitzvahs and avodas Hashem, is not from a place where I'm struggling and I'm overcoming. It's I'm on top of the struggle. Not I am a struggler. I have a struggle. I'm Ohr. I'm Dveikus. I have Das. I have Gulah. And I have this issue. There's movement. There's Tenuah, but it's a place from Menucha. And this is with every single thing. And again, and this is Rabbi Jacobson said, and it's very important. This is not B'shat Nefesh, I'm saying this. It's not your problem is not. No, it's not true. People have real problems and they're real issues, and it's very painful, and people suffer, and they have a lot of issues. But the shaila is: are you coming from the nekuda of pre or post symptom? You're coming from the place of post symptom, then the choshech is not a choshech. You can never overcome. This is your choshech, and you're going to deal with it, and it's who you are. This is part of your ontological condition, and this is like eternally, this is your story. Or, that is going to, really? We come from a place that's way beyond the symptom. And this is what the Gilui of Torah Chassidus came. And this is what the Gilui of the Ohr of Gulah. That's why the Ohr Chassidus is connected to Ohr Gulah, because it's beyond the Avodah Sabirun. The Avodah Sarizal and the Avodah of the Rizal, which was an emistic Avodah in that time. And there's still, of course, we have to inter-inclusive those issues as well. It's like Avodah Sabirun and the Bir HaNetzaitis. And this is the Avodah then. Klal Yisrael was, what made certain Gedolei Yisrael to reach such a high madrega of godless? Certain Gedolei Yisrael revealed a new, like we said before, a new Ohr, which means certain people are upholding the status quo, and certain people are moving the Ohr into another direction. And the way that's done is also to give a new story to Klal Yisrael, a new narrative. We have to understand that there's a new narrative in the world. There's a new story. There's a story of times of the Mishnah. There's a story of the times of the Gemara. There's the story of the Goinim. There's a story of the Rambam. There's a story of the Arizal. And there's a story of the Baal Shem. And then there's new stories. There's always the Tzaddik Ador revealed, and the Nesi Yisrael reveal new stories. There's Gevaldik Tzaddikim in the world. But there's one Tzaddik that brings down the new Ohr, which is a new story. If you look interessant, if you look in Baal Shem al Torah, which is a nice collection of Torahs of Baal Shem, in Amadat Tefillah, the first in Parshas Noach, which we learned with some of the Chaver, in the bottom he brings down, I think, the Kamana. He brings down that in the Sipur, that Shalom Baal Shem Tov Mashiach and Monsey Kasimar, and that story, the Oilmas and Shamas and Lakus, the three Yechudim. In that story, Baal Shem asked the Sitra Achar Kaviyachol. And the Shaila of Baal Shem Tov asked was, up until that point, they were killing Yidden if they didn't denounce the Yiddishkeit, like in Spain, right? And they were killed at the stake, right? If they didn't say that they're converting to leave Yiddishkeit, they would kill them. In the time of the Baal Shem, right before the time of the Baal Shem, a new takana was revealed, a new negative thing that even if Yidden said we're going to convert, Rahman al-Islam, they were still killed. And the Baal Shem Tov asked the Sultan, "Mapshat, what's the reason for this?" Maybe if they didn't want, if they don't want, okay, so they're standing up for Yiddishkeit. Now they're not saying Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu, and they still get killed. And the Sultan told him, as it says that the Sultan told him that it was revealed because people were thinking, the Klal people Yidden were thinking that, okay, listen, I'm having a very hard life. It was very hard to be a Yidden. So, okay, less bread, I'm gonna convert out of Yiddishkeit. Okay, maybe not, maybe just Masafa Lechutz, maybe not B'fnim, but I'm gonna do this thing so I can live. Came along the Tzach and said, no, we're gonna Tzara Kedusha and said, we're gonna create a situation that no matter what you do, you're still gonna be killed. You're still gonna be killed. Whether you denounce Yiddishkeit or not, you're still gonna be killed. So the story that the Baal Shem Tov started telling was a way to understand that a Yid is a Yid no matter what. So that was the Chiddush of one of the Chiddush of the Torah of Hashem. What he came to say is that no matter what you are as a Yid, no matter your situation, you're a Yid. You're a Chelik Elokah. You're a B'nai L'Shem Elokechem. So there's a story. And the question is not and you see, and this is the Rebbe actually spoke about, this is an interesting thing because the Rebbe spoke about politics. All right? The Rebbe spent a lot of time talking about the Gulf War, and there was he was very, but what did he talk about these things? The Rebbe was saying that you see that the world, the fabric of Olam Haza is already ready for Mashiach. That you think that Mashiach is going to be something that's going to have to come out of space, from another dimension. I was saying that the physical world is already moving towards Achdus Hashem. This is a new way of looking at the world. That the whole world is ready to see this. And when you say the world, that's Olam Gadol. How about the Olam Cotton? Could you see the Gulah in your own nefesh? Do you have the das to see the Gulah in your own nefesh? And if you have the das to see the Gulah in your own self, your children will be healthier, your children will be happier, you'll have better panasa, you'll be able to daven better, you'll have more menuchas nefesh. Everything's going to follow from that thing. We have to change our story that we tell ourselves. And we've been telling ourselves for thousands of years. Since Golus. Since the beginning of Golus. Yeah, we're in Golus. We're fazetz, and this is our matzah. We're going to do the best we can. That's the Yiddish narrative. Quiet, unassuming. We don't get involved in anything. Our Yiddishkeit is very insular. Don't project your Yiddishkeit outwards. The goyim are going to see my yemer abrius. We don't do any of that because you're not allowed to mizgar b'umma. A lot of gemaras attack support this idea that Klal Yisrael, we're trying to get it back. We try to get through Gulah sneaky, quietly. As quiet as Jews can be, it's the best situation. We're quiet. We don't make any shlatim, no signs, no anything. We do things very quietly. The goyim don't even know. And when we go outside in the street, sometimes the Chassidish Yidden with payas, they put on a baseball cap because no one knows the Yidden. So what? Oh, they look like John from the Bronx. You ever saw such Yidden? They have a full board and payas with a Yankee hat. I don't know who exactly thinks that. Oh, that's the guy from Scottsdale. He's like touring. Pshat is that a Yid has to go. This is the Golus mentality. The Gulah mentality is the world was created for us. B'shvil Torah, b'shvil Yisrael. The world was created that it should be a dir b'tachtonim. The world was created that it should be a galus halikus. And who are the messengers, the forefront of the messengers that are going to bring these galus halikus Yidden? And if you were zoiche to be toyim of Torah Chassidus, to learn a little Chassidus, to understand a little bit of Likus, So then, Matov Chalkeina Ashreinu. This is even a yes says. So there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing to be embarrassed of. The world is created for you. And when we say the world, not only the world at large, we're talking about actually the world in the Adam Apnimi, in your own Nefesh Adam. The avoida of iskafia that Chassidim were Isaac in a very serious way, iskafia. There's iskafia and protim. Okay, you're not going to eat this naska babka. Okay, gewaldig. It's takia madrega. Then there's the whole your mishtana, your whole surah, your whole tsugang to Olam Haza. It's not a skafi and a prat. It's a skafi in the whole surah. Your whole mitzias is one shtik iskafia. Your whole mitzias is that I work for Hashem. And I'm trying to bring a lakus in this world. And I'm trying to see a lakus in this world. And always working with that paradigm, with that perspective, with that das, to always see the positive, the holiness, the light, the purity. So we have to mishtana the tzura that we overlay on the chaymer of the Olam Haza. And the only way we mishtana the tzura of what's the overlaid story that we put on the Olam Haza, because it's only, Rabbinim once said that the way you deal with machshava zaras, Rabbinim was a chacham. He said the way a person deals with machshava zaras is a ferd is not a ferd. This is a very oimik word, because a horse is just a horse. What the Rabbinim says is everyone's busy with machshava zaras. What do you do? Even the Shulchan Aruch brings that you yafsik at shiyaver, and the Gra brings it down, and then there's Allah some machshavas. It's a whole Torah. What do you do machshavas? And Rabbinim says a machshav. What's a machshava zara? What's pshat machshava zara? It's a ferd. You have a machshava on a ferd. It's just a ferd. Oh, you put a story to the ferd. I want to ride the ferd. I would like the ferd to be owned by me. I want to take the ferd. Oh, that's the problem. But the chaymer of the ferd, the horse is a horse. Better to get back to put on a whole different stories onto the horse. You're walking down the street, all of a sudden, this tsuras and every chaymer you watch. You look at this, all of a sudden, there's a whole tsura. What do you put in it? You just saw it. There's a Paldik Gemara. Gemara says that a person sees an issue. No, Rabbi Kiva says you have to say a brach. So the Gemara says that Rabbi Kiva, how could a person look at an issue? No, it says it's obvious that he turned the corner and he saw the corner. What the oimek pshat is, what did he saw? The corner means. When you look at the court, what it means is sometimes when you bump into something, you don't have time for the tzura of your whole story to start working. You just saw the chaymer itself. The chaymer itself is the Eibish's bria, Baruch Hashanah Brias. Oh, you have a tzura. Where do you get back into putting the tzura now? The fed is just the fed. So we have to change the tzura. We have to change the machshava. The das is what we're missing in. When we could change the das of our relationship to life, we change our life. L'chaim, l'chaim.
So there's a fellow who asks, his child, unfortunately, had a mental breakdown and has to go to a psychiatric ward, the hospital, and other children are also suffering. And his wife is suffering, and he's suffering because of first of all, the pain of watching their child, and also the pain of what it does to the whole family, besides the kid himself, and all the pain that comes with thinking about the past and the future and all that. So this is a serious situation that somebody's dealing with, and he heard everything you said. So what's the das?
It's a very painful thing. If the person wants to talk to me privately, I'll listen. I'll speak to them privately. I don't want, because it's going to sound like we're making light of a situation. I don't want to do that.
Which you're not. You're not making light of
But
it.
it's going to sound like that. I just want to say that this situation and losing parnasa and not having show, they're all the same thing. It's just in a more exaggerated way. So it's much more painful. but it's still the chesaron and das. Now, of course,
In other
you
words,
need
that
to-
his expectations
Of
is...
course, he had expectation that his child is going to be healthy. Of course, I don't want to, because it makes light. You understand? That has to be done with tears and with sympathy and empathy and listen to the person. But we have certain expectations that a person should live a certain amount of years and they should be healthy. And the Eibusher should help that everyone should have healthy children and gesunde children and parnasa barchava. The Eibusher should help that we should have Torah nirva nigla. But to say that that it's not, it's only a chesaron in the das. It's a chesaron of our certain conception of way we think the world should be. So it is a chesaron in the das. It's just these things are much more painful in the chesaron of das. I didn't say you shouldn't have any expectation. The same when something is brought into your life that forces you not to have that expectation, you have to be open that Hashem is telling you now there's another story. You know, in Achsa, the Rambam writes in Hilchos Avelos that a person that doesn't cry, that has to be chiyuv shalosh yamim, and if you and not more, but for 3 days you have to really cry. And if a person doesn't cry, b'chlal not, it's an achsar. An achsar is achzar. Only he's a zar. He's foreign. He's not really relating to life. If you can go through a tragedy and not be pained and really experience pain, then you're not alive. You're foreign to your life. You're foreign to reality. You're foreign to other people. You're an achsar. But if you overcry, you're not a mammon. So this is a very delicate situation. But just like a person is a novel, yeah, there's dinei avelos. You can't speak about these things in public. These are real things that really are painful, and it has to be dealt with on a real level. But the nekuda has to be the emes. The nekuda is the same thing in every situation that you're going to raise. Every situation that you're going to raise is the nekuda's das. How you relate to it in your das, and that causes that changes from the pain to the suffering.
Ask.
What do we say to people who are on the other side of haven't tasted the beauty of Chassidus? They're cool to see them, but they're still running in the playing field, if you will, of simples, harmonish, try to play a little devil's advocate here. But how do you really reconcile when you come to that side of town with when you fly into Chassidus and everything is beautiful?
I didn't say everything is beautiful. You see, that's
Everything makes sense. Everything has meaning.
difference.
Right.
Life is still painful, but it's saying it's beautiful. It's different. It's a way we relate to it.
But they still look at guilt and conscience. They look at it as a righteous thing because it comes.
So let them be. Let them
It
Let
comes
the,
from Rabbi Shmuel Ishbi. Like,
listen,
I'm trying to understand how we reconcile. How do we? But we don't have to reconcile.
you have to be yourself. You have to be an oil for other people. Mitzvah Shem, you're going to make of other people. They're going to see, wow, why is this Yid on fire? Why is this Yid with such a munah, such a tveikas? Oh, he's learning Chassidus. Okay, I have to learn Chassidus. There's an interesting thing about the Torah of Baal Shem, Chassidus, that if you look at Talmidei HaMagid, even Talmidei Baal Shem, you can't say, it's not very hard to say that they're the same type of people. The Rebbe Reb Zusha and Reb Nachman and the Alter Rebbe and the Melech and the Conciousness Magid, they each one had their own very distinct type of quality of a person. And if you look like in the pure Torah of Baal Shem is again Sigufim and Tanesim. Yeah, Baal Shem writes many times it's Atzirus and it creates Dinim, and the Baal Shem was clearly against this path. But a lot of Talmidei Baal Shem fasted. We said the Rebbe fasted. His father was actually upset at him that he fasted. The Rebbe, when he came to America, had no teeth. I don't know if you know this. He had no teeth. When he was 40 years old, he lost all his teeth from fasting. But he was a edel person, and a pneumistic person. So two things. First of all, no one ever knew it. And when he spoke and he laughed, he always made sure to either cover his mouth, so people shouldn't see it, or he would move he moves his lips to cover over his place of his teeth. But he didn't have teeth. So there was tzaddikim that fasted, even within Chassidus. The answer is that Baal Shem came and revealed, if there is one klal in Torah of Baal Shem, in Torah Chassidus, is that the Eibusher is Monsey b'chol makom. The Eibusher is to be found in every place. And like I think I said before, not theologically, but epistemologically. It means not in Mitzias, but in Machshava. That means if you have a Machshava that the Eibusher is present here, the Eibusher is present here. If you think the Eibusher is not here, he's talking not here. Your Machshava is creating the Mitzias. If I go through life and I say, the Eibusher is not in this place is Choshech, Taka it's Choshech. It's Taka Choshech. And I say, I can see the Ohr, that the Ohr is Taka there. And therefore, the Baal Shem, this is the klal. So therefore, in Torah Chassidus, there's an openness to any mahalach, be'emes. However you find the Eibusher. If you find the Eibusher in schar v'oinish and fazetzkeit, but you're taka living with dveikus the Eibusher. Someone once came to the Alter Rebbe and told him that his father, he wants to make his father to Chassidus. The Alter Rebbe asked him if he's Oivid Hashem b'simcha. He said, he's Oivid Hashem b'simcha. He said, so it's okay, fine. So, you know, Jacobson mentioned before, I just saw this video someone showed me about that. Someone came to the Rebbe, so it looks like a Litvish, like a up hat with a trim, looks like a Rav. He is a Rav, because he said he's a killer. And he says, if Mekabel given as the Rebbe is my Rebbe. As Mekabel, that the Rebbe is my Rebbe. Ich will sein a Chassid. Ich will sein a Chassid from the Rebbe. I want to be a Chassid. I want you to consider me a Chassid. The Rebbe is a Chassid. A Chassid is a Oisel Fli Mishur Sadin. You want to be a Chassid? Do Fli Mishur. So he looks at it like, but I want to be your Chassid. He says, okay, so make sure all your killer does the Fli Mishur Sadin. This never tells him. It means you have to be my chassid. This Eibusher, be connect to the Eibusher, whatever. Okay, if I'm the conduit that's bringing you close to the Eibusher, no. So if it works and you get a person that's dveikus and close to the Eibusher and a person is connected, no. Ashrecha, Ashreloi. No. No. No, das is the awareness of life. And nothing, just to be aware of your life. And when you're aware, that depends what type of das you have. But the das of klipa means when your attachment is to a particular type of awareness that doesn't allow you to grow, and you get stuck. And therefore you can't have positive das, because that das becomes negative. If you have a certain, let's say what's positive das? That Hashem is with me. That Hashem there's a kavanah in this thing. There's purpose in this thing. Who said? I didn't say an answer. I never said you see the answer. No one ever sees the answer. That's loss of loving. That's a very good question. That's your question? That's a good question. I think I said before, that's a very good question. You have to, obviously, the Eibusher gave you tools, which means you have machshava, you have thoughts. The Eibusher gave you the tools to work the situation out. You exhaust all the possibilities of the situation that you could work out according to your understanding. And when you finally say it, I actually surrender because there's no other possibility, you know that's a hurdle that has to be overjumped. And if you don't know, I said sometimes it's good to pretend you're giving that same advice to another person. Someone's in the exact same situation, stuck in the same narrative that they can't kirch out of it. What would you tell that person if they came for you for advice? And then you can untangle your ego from it. Because you also have ego. Because let's say a person invests his money. Because that's an easier way to talk about things, because it's cheap. Money is not yours. So you invest money, you lose money. But you say, you're going to chacham. I thought that if I'm going to invest this $1,000, I'm going to get that. Yeah, okay, now it shows that it wasn't this way. So you try to figure out if there's any possible way that Hashem is saying that there is a possible way, you just have to try a little harder. And once you exhaust all these situations, say, okay, that actually have to move on. Maybe I should lose that money and move forward. Absolutely. Sometimes the Eibush is giving you a new direction, saying you moved in life up until this point. Now I want you to start moving in a different direction. You shouldn't be the same exact person from the moment you're born. Life brings us changes, and changes demands different situations. You're now put in a new situation. Now you're in a new community, and you have your children grow up. Your relationship with your children changes, right? Of course, right? You had a child. One way is when they're kids. Now you have to relate them as adults. Every time we have to be open to what life is presenting to us, which is what Hashem is presenting to us at all moments, saying, as your life is progressing, I'm going to give you new situations that you can relate to me through different ways. Now you're relating to me through an adult child. You're talking about a midah? If it's a situation that it's unattainable to change anything of that thing, then that's supposed to be your life. Let's say, God forbid, a person loses a foot. God forbid. Okay, that's what Hashem wants. Now, I should be for 40 years, I should be with 2 feet. And for the next 45 years, 50 years, I should be with 1 foot. Okay, that's what Hashem wanted. That tsar is the das. The tsar is already your das. That's a choice that you're making. If you're connected to your foot, and you say, oh, I need my, what do you mean? I'm an athlete. Okay, so maybe, but David said, okay, in 20 years you're an athlete, you have to run the marathon. Like all the Chassidim around this table run marathons. And now, from now on, you're going to sit and learn with 1 foot. That's what David wants from you. Now, we're talking about a midah is a little different. Let's say a person struggles. A person has a certain midah, they always struggle with that particular midah. So this is the Arizal writes in Shara Gigulah in many places. Shara Chokodesh, she brings down that a person's midah, you're never necessarily going to conquer it completely. You're going to massage it, direct it. Doesn't mean necessarily going to ever overcome. But this is you have an inclination for, like Rabbi Jacobson's talking about, the being judgmental. Okay, so you're talking judgmental, but you catch yourself. Say, I shouldn't be, and I don't. And it's slowly, maybe when when you reach 90 years old, maybe it will help that you mamish to overcame the midah. And by the way, it's not a negative. It's not. It's also with the midah toiva also, because every person has certain midas toivas that are innately connected to them. There's a zohar tfei. There's a certain mitzvah that every person is connected to, and that's their tikkun. The person comes down to Shabbat Lamata. There's a tikkun aprati and tikkun aklali. The tikkun aprati of a person is to shine with a particular mitzvah. Avuch b'mayav a zohar tfei. What's the zohar tfei of your neshama? And that zohar tfei, you're working in it constantly throughout your life until you finally, at the end of your life, reaches. There's a story the Gemara says in Kedushin about Reb Tarfon that he was zohar tfei mamish. He was an unbelievable son to his mother. When his mother walked, he would stand on the floor. He would hold her mother's feet. When she would come into the room, he said, "The Shekhinah is coming," and the Tanoim once came over to the Tarfon's mother and said, "You know, you have such a wonderful son. He does kibbutz of Eib on the highest level." He said, "My son, kibbutz of nothing." So there's the Mukatcher in Dvar Torah has a little sefer. He has a very geschmack of word, but there's actually a Chassidish Shemais with the Sachchavder and the Kotzke, the same simple story. That he says, what's the pshat of the story? He says, because she really did him a favor. Because the moment you say you already succeeded in this mitzvah, that's okay, it's the end of his life. He already did it. He's shining. He's Zohar Tvei. So he said, nah, he didn't do the mitzvah. He has so many years to live and to be Zohar Tvei, more. So we have to connect with our mitzvah, the Zohar Tvei, what we shine with, what makes us unique, what's our specialty in this world. The Eibusha created us for a particular reason. There's a particular shine, there's a particular tilasi saperu that I can tell, you can tell, or someone else can tell, no one else can tell. From the beginning of the Bria. There's an ois in the Torah that has to be mizgala. There's a certain ois that is only connected to your tzir of neshama, and that ois of Torah can only be revealed through your story. This is what Darizal writes.
What do you say?
How do you decipher it, to know what it is?
Oh.
Every person knows.
How you know?
Every person knows. It's not a secret. Every person knows if they do a little bit of cheshbon nefesh, what are the things that throughout every single day they felt really connected to? They did this one mitzvah today and they felt mamish connected. It could be something that you never expected. Because the Gemara brings Avuch B'Haim, I would say it was tzitzis. It's like, wow, I put on tzitzis today. Gival. Most people, okay, they weren't tzitzis. But he had such a geschmack of putting on tzitzis. That was his Zohar Tvei. But if there's some positive mitzvah that's connected to some positive mitzvah, that mitzvah is something that you're connected. It could be Shabbos, it could be Yom Tov, it could be any take some mitzvah. That's the Zohar Tvei. You have to understand how it relates to every single aspect of your life. But it does. And that has to become a dominant feature of what you're bringing in, what the light is that you're bringing into this world. That's in the positive, and the same thing also in the opposite. There's a Mordig Chidah. We learned a few parshas ago, Parshas Ba'aloischa. It talks about the Torah has two nunafachim. Right? You have a Torah, two nunafachim. There's a Chuvas Mashal that has 30 different drachim how this nun was done throughout history. One nun like this, one like that, upside down, backwards, long nuns. Today, the Mol Sefer Torah is two backwards nuns. Why is it backwards nun? So the Gemara says in Shabbos that really the Shiva parsha, Chumshe Torah, it's not Chumshe is 5, but that it's 7. And the Bereshis, Shmois, Vayikra is 3. Bamidbar up until the Nun is the fourth part of the Torah. The 5th is Vayim Tzayarim, the 2 psukim, and then the 6th is the second part of Bamidbar, which is all Koirach and Shlach and Chukas, all the descent of Klal Yisrael, and then Dvarim is the 7th sefer. So the Chidah says, what's in that sefer? How come this sefer only has two psukim? Why is the 2 psukim? Why only 2? All the parshas are full. So the Chidah says, he says that these 2 psukim, Vayim Tzayarim, Vayim Moshe, is actually the Nasi of Klal Yisrael. This is the story of Klal Yisrael. So we have the Torah. What's the Torah? The Torah is the story of Klal Yisrael when they came out of Mitzrayim. Told them to get Eretz Yisrael. But Klal Yisrael continued from when they entered Eretz Yisrael until this Gulah. Thousands of years. Where's that story told? He says that story is the Torah of Lo Saleh. That 7th hidden Chumash is the story of Klal Yisrael. Every person is writing a story. Every person is writing a Sefer Torah. And we have to make sure that our Sefer Torah that we're writing, the Zohar Tzvei, that our Sefer Torah that we're writing will be worthy, that Sefer Torah should be printed and be part of the Sefer Torah Klali. That our story should be part of the story of Klal Yisrael. That it should be a positive story, a holy story, a perfect story, a story of a life that was lived, that is lived, filled with Torah mitzvahs and filled with davening. A person lives in a ruchnistic life. We have to make sure that's our story. But that's the Zohar Tzvei. The Zohar Tzvei is our story, our projection, the way we live our life. That's the way we're writing our story in this world. When someone sees you, they say that Shem Shamayim Mesavim B'Fificha. Some people say that's a Kiddush Hashem. That's the way a Yid should look. That's the way a Erlich Yid walks. That's the way a Chacham Nikah b'Masa, b'Hilichoisa, b'Achilosav. A person should say that's the way. That's really where a specimen of a Yid looks. The way a Yid should look.
It's the hardest situation.
Yeah.
You still come out
Whole.
whole.
It's a big Kiddush Hashem, of course. Correct. Maybe we should help. We should talk in Miskasha with the Ohr, and we can Miskasha through literally going to the Tzion and to davening and Poil Yishuv's B'Karav Oretz. And there's a Mila. There's tzaddikim. Every tzaddik there's spot ishtakach b'alma yetzim b'chayeu. There's chaya tzaddik and chaya psorim. This has happened every tzaddik, but a tzaddik that was moist nefesh for Klal Yisrael. There's ashra, even a bigger ashra. Because there's some tzaddikim, talk about tzaddikim, it's hard to talk about tzaddikim, but some tzaddikim, you can move this way, you can move vertically, yeah, upwards, l'mata l'mayla, and then there's rachvus. There's tzaddikim that go high, go very high, up. Dveikus, tefillah, Torah, but it's with not a connection with people. Then there are other tzaddikim that have a big ispashtus of rachvus, a widening, horizontal expansion. A lot of Avis Yisrael, a lot of love for other Yidden. And there were big tzaddikim that had a lot of rachvus, and tzaddikim that had a lot of horizontal and vertical expansion. A tzaddik kloli, tzaddik, and Rabbi Jacobson mentioned it's a very important understanding of a little bit about the Rebbe. The Rebbe be'etzem nafshay was a very big introvert, and he didn't have a chushan askanas. The Rebbe didn't like speaking in public. The Rebbe once told the Rav in France, Paris.
Pat was there.
Yeah. Yes.
Hilke.
Hilke. The Rebbe once told Hilke Pesner, who was the Rav, that he should speak. He should say Chassidus in the 1950s. He said he should say Chassidus in Paris. So Hilke Pesner says that he's a big introvert. He doesn't know how to speak. And the Rebbe says, I also don't have this talent. And you should know that every time I have to speak in public, means I have to farbrengen, it's a rice hoit. So it's a rice hoit. It's like ripping flesh from my skin. That it's a tremendous serious nefesh. If you saw the Rebbe by farbrengen, you would think he's enjoying it. It's farbrengen, it's a Rebbe, no chassidim making his hand, people moving tish and challah and the cake and l'chaim. It's enjoyment. Totally unnatural for him. Every single moment he spent with people was mesirus nefesh. He wanted to be alone. He told my wife's grandfather when they nudged him to become Rebbe, Rabbi Yosef Weinberg, he said, if you're going to push me a little more, I'm going to run away to Belgium. He said to Antwerp. I'm going to run away to Antwerp, and you're never going to see me again in your life. Please don't ask me to become a Rebbe. This is not what I want to do. And if you push me, I'm going to take a boat and go to Antwerp. So a person like that, his whole Metzias became Klal Yisrael. The Rebbe was not. There was no private. It wasn't. The Rebbe was not a person that was a Rebbe. Normal people, even big Rebbes, there's a Metzias Adam, and the Adam becomes a Rebbe. But there's a private person. The Rebbe was no private. There's no private person. There's no person. That person died. There's no such thing. There's no such a person of Reb Menachem Mendel Schneerson anymore. There's no such person. Never took a day of vacation. Never, did anything that a normal human being does. No, a 1 day vacation. After Lamed Ches, after the Rebbe had a heart attack, his doctor told him that he must go on vacation. So it's, for 38 years he's sitting and works every single day, every single moment of the day. He never. That's to go, sit down, let's go to the mountains. Every Rebbe does that. The Lubavitcher Rebbes did that. They went to Baden-Baden. They went to the baths. They went. So he was going into his house, in the back of his house. Someone told me he was standing there, and his Rebbetzin said, "The doctor The doctor said you have to go on vacation." The Rebbe said, "Okay, if the doctor said it's a mitzvah, yeah, you have to listen to the doctor." So the Rebbe sat down on the chair on the back of his house and said, "No, how's the weather?" She asked his wife, "How's the weather?" He said, "Shane weather." And he got up. He said, "Okay, Shane Yartzeit again." He talked about the weather. What if you go on vacation? He talked about the weather. He got to nice Alps. So he talked about the weather. He went with his wife. He did everything in vacation. 1 minute. That was the whole vacation for 50 years. And he was Monsey Nefesh L'Klal to the Klal Yisrael. So a person that's Monsey Nefesh L'Klal Yisrael, B'Shem Kol Yisrael, Davik and Klal Yisrael, it's not only Poil Yishuv Zikar of Ohr, it's a tzaddik that's been nimtzan in Klal Yisrael, Mazar B'Chaim, Afu B'Chaim, and not only can you Poil Yeshuas, you can Poil big Yeshuas, they should start to help. You should Poil Yeshuas, and everyone should have Yeshuas, everyone that's suffering with kids that are Chman L'Tzlan, that they're not feeling well, or people having no parnasa, and people in Shidduchim, and all the Yeshuas and Refuas should come down to this world. The Ike is, we should start to see the Bias of Mashiach Tzidkeinu Meir remain a mamash.
Amen, amen, amen. Amen. Bracha Achrona and Ma'ariv. Bracha Achrona. He also asked. Ask. You can ask. He also asked what made him change his mind.
He didn't have Das of Klippa. That was it. He realized that the world, the Eibush is telling him that he has archayas. And the moment he became a Rebbe, he never, ever, ever had a second thought about it. That's it.
I want to take the opportunity to thank Fitcha Ben Shimon for the beautiful music, as always. Incredible talent. His Zoyer Tfei is the music that he brings to Klal Yisrael. I want to thank Shmuley Niyazov and his twins, who broadcast and live streamed everything to the whole world, as he always does. Thank you. Every week he does it and constantly do it. I want to thank Rabbi Pinson, Rabbi Dovber Pinson, for gracing us here of this special evening. Chodesh Tamuz, Beis Tamuz, before Gimmel Tamuz. And I want to thank the whole Kehillah of Beis Medrash Ohr Chaim and its Hanhala for bringing it all together. What? Okay. I want to thank my Chelik Elikami Mal Mamish also. And everybody who graced us here. Hashem should help. We should always be able to celebrate together, be able to connect to each other, be able to connect to Hashem in a deep way, in a real way, and to be mamshich the Ohr Gulah, like we just heard, the Kar of Mamish. We could daven right here. We could daven right here. And whoever wants, you should start to learn with us every morning. We learn every morning, 6:45 a.m. Chassidus. You just heard what Chassidus is from Rabbi Pinson. Everybody is invited, physically or virtually. It's online also. They live stream it also on the yeshiva.net, and everybody is invited to that. A lot of hatzlacha, bracha v'hatzlacha ad bli dai. L'chaim, l'chaim.
This class is brought to you by the yeshiva.net. Please help us continue the classes. Make even a small contribution at www.theyeshiva.net/donate.